donate funding and volunteer thousands of hours in support of the communities we call home. We also employ our neighbors to deliver the energy needed as the state's largest oil and natural gas producer. All to help improve lives in our shared backyard. That's energy in progress. Visit colorado.chevron.com.
Do you think all real estate brokers are created equally? Ha! Think again.
Different than many other teams, as a master certified negotiation expert, I personally negotiate your home sale when you list your home with me.
That's Frank Duran, therealestateman.com.
I get your home sold faster. I put more money in your pocket, and I back you up with a true written performance guarantee.
Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, 303-920-1622 with RE/MAX Alliance.
Your home sale. Give me the opportunity, and you'll be glad you did.
This report is sponsored by WhatsApp.
Lots of sunshine to get you started on this Thursday, and then temperatures once again going to be in the upper 80s. Watch for a few showers and thunderstorms later this afternoon and this evening. I'm Fox 31 Pinpoint Weather Team meteorologist Kylie Burse.
Wondering what a personal message with your credit card number has in common with way too many pictures of your dog? Well, they're both private. Because on WhatsApp, your personal messages are yours. No one else can see or hear them, not even us. WhatsApp, message privately with everyone.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeartRadio station. Make us the #1 preset on the free iHeartRadio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. Just in moments ago from New York, the judge in Harvey Weinstein's retrial has declared a mistrial on the remaining rape charge for the movie mogul, as the jury foreperson said they could not deliberate anymore. An Air India flight with hundreds of people on board crashing into a dense neighborhood minutes after takeoff in northwest India. The plane bound for London. Investigators have been on the scene since it happened. ABC aviation consultant John Nance with more on how experts will figure out what went wrong.
Basically, you rule nothing in, you rule nothing out at the beginning of this sort of an accident. But there are incredible indications here that we're going to be able to triangulate with a lot of different video. This is a different age than it was 10 or 20 years ago. We have actual video of crashes that can help anybody who's investigating it very, very profoundly.
Supreme Court ruling in favor of a Georgia family who was prevented from suing the federal government over an FBI raid of their home. This is ABC News. You can add Washington State to the places where judges can now require drivers convicted of speeding to install special speed monitoring devices to their cars.
The Washington State speed control law was passed after a dramatic rise in the number of fatal speed-related crashes, like the one that killed David Sale's daughter.
We've proven time and time again that speed kills. High excessive speed is even worse.
Virginia was the first state to have such a law, but some drivers, like Thomas Straka, think speeding is a personal choice.
I certainly would not want the government to put any device in my car that would restrict me from doing that.
Jim Ryan, ABC News.
A couple of economic snapshots out this morning. In the week that just ended, 248,000 Americans filed their first claims for unemployment benefits. Also, the Producer Price Index, which measures inflation at the wholesale level, was relatively tame last month. The Fed holds its meeting next week, and we'll be looking at those when it talks about interest rates. Sherry Preston, ABC News.
It started off as a normal day. I felt fine when I arrived at the plant.
Ruth Junius's life was about to change.
Then I dropped my keys. They kept slipping out of my hand. My arm felt numb. A coworker asked me if I was okay, and I couldn't speak. I started to get scared.
Ruth was having a stroke. People around her weren't sure what to do.
They thought I should go home or lie down, but I knew something was very wrong. I wrote 911 on a piece of paper with my other hand, and someone called for me.
Because everyone acted quickly, doctors at the hospital were able to give Ruth treatment that started to reverse the symptoms.
Within a few minutes, I was talking again. I didn't know a thing about stroke before I had one. Now I make sure that my friends and family know all the signs of stroke, so they'll get help fast if they need it.
No stroke. Know the signs. Act in time. Call 1-800-352-9424 for more information. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, National Institutes of Health.
KHOW News Time, 10:03.
The organizer of a No Kings rally this weekend in Parker plans to go ahead with the protest despite opposition from town leaders. The protest is happening the same weekend as Parker Days, a 3-day event happening downtown. A spokesperson for the city says the festival requires a lot of attention and resources, leaving little room for oversight of a protest that's expected to attract several hundred people. A new tiny home village in Longmont ready to welcome homeless vets with a grand opening and celebration this afternoon. Veterans Community Project Executive Director Jennifer Siebold says an initial group of veterans already live in the community, but several units are still available.
So there's no charge for them while they're here at the village with us. They can stay for up to 2 years. Our goal in the time that we're working with a veteran is really to get them what we call permanent housing ready.
The project came about after the city...
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Alarm Detection Systems.
Yeah, we are starting to see some improvement. 2 big crashes now clear, including southbound at Dry Creek. We're still heavily jammed from 225 south. Northbound also a little slow. And 225 in from the spillway, hooking up with I-25's pretty tight also on the jam. Then we had the accident up north, southbound at 128th. All lanes are clear. It is heavy from 144th, and that is still pretty sluggish. E470, the toll highway coming south from I-76 with some road work and backups. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
Alarm Detection Systems, one local source for cameras, key cards, fire and intrusion, offering expert alarm installation and testing with 24/7 professional monitoring. Protect what matters with advanced security. Visit adsalarm.com.
Capital One cardholders can score their iHeartRadio Music Festival tickets right now before anyone else. Tickets are only available while pre-sale tickets last or until tomorrow, June 13th at 1 p.m. Eastern. And that's not all. Add a Capital One Access Pass to your pre-sale purchase to attend an exclusive pre-concert event with a private performance from LL Cool J on Friday or Jelly Roll on Saturday. Only available during the cardholder pre-sale.
Pre-sale tickets are limited and will go fast, so visit iHeartRadio.com/Capital One to buy now.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival, streaming live only on Hulu.
Wow, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Say no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
Zero Res has the best summer deal right now. This month, 20% off all cleaning services. Carpets, hardwoods, laminates, and ductwork. 303-471-5150 or book online. ZeroResDenver.com for the K-House special. ZeroResDenver.com.
Facing a job loss? Considering a pension buyout, a severance package, or what to do with your 401k? Hi, I'm Linda Gardner, host of Your Money, Your Retirement, and I can help. 720-488-8604. That's 720-488-8604.
You have our word, we'll treat you right at Done Right Home Improvements. DRHI.com.
The TalkBack mic on our iHeartRadio app is just like your personal direct line to us.
I have John on the line.
Just tap that little microphone.
John on the line again.
While listening to Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. Come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show, 303-713-TALK.
Welcome, my friends, to the only show. Ms. Gad, we're here to solve problems, answer questions, take complaints. I guess Tommy's logging on a little late today. We'll get that figured out.
I'm not logging on
but
a little
here's
late.
the deal.
I'm right here.
We solve problems. You've
Testing,
got a
1,
problem.
2.
Maybe a contractor
Testing,
ripped
1, 2,
you off.
3,
Maybe
4.
you got a bad landlord
Can you
out
hear
there.
me, guys?
And speaking of landlords and issues with landlords and tenants,
Testing, 1, 2.
Bradley O'Brien, OLLSlaw.com, joins me today in studio. Brad, how are you doing, man? It's really good to see you.
I can't believe
Doing great,
this
Mark. How are
fucking
you?
thing didn't work.
Great. We get so many calls. In fact,
Let me go on to another one. I just can't believe this happened again.
there's some form of domestic violence inside of an apartment.
Yeah, you want a piece of this?
So you didn't hear me last
trying
time.
to figure that out. But I love.
No, I didn't. Nope, had you potted up. Didn't hear
Okay,
anything.
thank you very much.
He is
I
our
was
definitely
trying something. Okay, go ahead. I'm back.
guy. You're
up. if you want to interrupt.
Open calls right now. 3. Hey,
Mark. Sorry about that. Listen. Here's the deal. When I came in today and turned on my call screener and saw this call from Will, I couldn't believe it. Are you talking about Will now or someone else?
You must be looking at an old one, Tom.
I haven't even looked at the call screener, brother.
There's no Will on the call screener.
Okay.
You need to refresh.
Dimitri told me there was a call yesterday from a Will who took an engine to GoCat Speed Shop. So there is no call like that?
Oh, in my opinion, GoCat. I want it.
Was the guy's name Will or not? Let me get that one straight, since someone said he never called.
Yes.
Okay, so Will took his engine to GoCat Speed Shop 7 years ago. Now this sounds
Over
like
7.
What's that?
Over 7.
He paid $7,500 up front.
Yes.
And he got nothing in return.
7 years later, he still can't get anything. I have the guy's
Why
text.
did he wait 7
I looked at
Why
and
has he been
read some of them on
waiting
the
7
air.
years? That's what I want to know.
Well, because he just keeps getting put off. I mean, he doesn't know what to do, and he lives 2 or 3
Dimitri,
hours away from
hold
the
on.
shop.
I need Dimitri up here now, too. Dimitri, why did this guy wait 7 years? I mean, why is he calling us 7 years later? Go ahead, sir.
Tom, he didn't just wait in complete silence for 7 years. He's been trying to resolve this matter with GoCat Shop for 7 years now. There have been repeated changes and deadlines.
Promises.
There have been repeated promises. There have been repeated excuses, according to our caller. And so he finally ran out of patience, and he called us for assistance yesterday.
Okay, now.
I would never do any business with this speed shop ever. And this asinine owner, in my opinion, is a jerk.
Well,
and what
hold
I
on,
mean
Mark.
by that is his
wrote us an
response to
email.
Dimitri
I
is
want to
crazy.
get this email, and I want to tell you what it says completely, okay? Here's what it says. I ask that you read my response verbatim, and I'm glad, because I do want to read it, okay? This is what it is. This radio show forum has no right, and let's not interrupt till we're at the end of it, Mark, because I know you're going to have things to say. This radio
Go
show
ahead.
forum has no right to be the jury, judge, and executioner. My customer will, and many options before resorting to calling your show to try to destroy my reputation and deter current and future customers taking away my livelihood. Will could have threatened me with a lawyer, or he could have had a firm send me a written notice to resolve this situation or take this to court. Instead, he decided to call your show. This is one-sided and completely unfair. I will deal with my customers myself. He has now taken away my chance of getting paid back because I will never have no future customers as income due to your radio show's broadcast bashing me and my reputation. I will be seeking defamation in character against Will. On today's broadcast, if Martino continues to tarnish me and my work, I will seek a lawsuit against him as well, as others have done in the past. Your radio show should not be allowed to exist and have the right to ruin small business, and I do not appreciate being blindsided by your call immediately after your broadcast. So let me just, I got to respond to this legally and ethically right now. The radio show forum has no right to be the jury, judge, and executioner. We have a right to, but it's not right to do it. He is absolutely right. We do have a right to be a judge, jury, and executioner, because we can give our opinions on a situation. But it would not be right to do if the facts we gathered were wrong. So he goes on to say, my customer had many options before resorting to calling your show to destroy my reputation. Now, here's the point. He says, he could have threatened me with an attorney, but instead he went on your radio show. This one-sided, completely unfair. Now, here's the point. In one breath, he's saying we have no right to do this. We do have a right to do it, but I think we have a responsibility to do it honestly. Okay? Believe it or not, it's not even a legal responsibility to do it ethically. It is a professional obligation that I put on myself to do things in a fair, balanced way. However, no matter what I do, if you disagree with it, you can seek damages. You said, I'm going to seek to sue, as many have before. What you did not see and did not mention, sir, and you should have, is that I have never been defeated in a lawsuit and have gotten attorney's fees granted to me in every single case. So what does that tell you about people who sue me? They lose. Why? Because I am doing nothing wrong. Okay. Now, in your opinion, I am. Like in my opinion, you're doing something wrong. Okay. But here's the point. I do have an ethical obligation to get the other side of the story. That's why we call you. You see, that's the way the radio show works. Go back to the Constitution. There's something called freedom of speech. And despite efforts in the past from people to try to curb our freedoms, they're not curbed. I am allowed to express opinion. People are allowed to call and ask questions. They can ask any question they want. They can mention any name they want. If they intentionally lie, if something they say is absolutely not true, then you can go after that person. Of course you can. But truth is the ultimate defense. And he said the truth is he took his car in 7 years ago, paid $7,500, got nothing in return. That sounded strange to Mark. And as Mark always does, and I do, we say, well, let's see what this shop has to say about it. That's when we attempt to call you. And the reason we call you is not to bash you, but to have you come on and say, Tom, this is all wrong. Here's what really happened. But instead of doing that, you cried about us not getting your side of the story when the absolute purpose of the call was to get your side of the story. So you see why I look at you and kind of think you're a moron, because you're not really following the facts of the show. The facts of the show are these. He called in with a complaint against you. We called to get your side of the story. It was only after you did not give your side of the story and you went off the reservation that Mark said, I would never do business with this guy. He didn't say that up front. He said that after we exhausted our efforts to get you on the show. So here's the bottom line. Is the accusation true or not? Did you rebuild the engine? Or did you do it? Did he get his money's worth or not? Where's the car right now? These are the looming questions. And guess what? I'm not defaming you by asking questions. And I'm going to state this very simply in case you find a lawyer who's more moronic than you are to take the case. Mr. Dumb moronic attorney who decided to take this case, let me explain something to you. We are discussing an issue with two sides. Our hands are tied if the other side of the story does not come out. However, we will attempt to do it legally. And I can express my opinion. My opinion is this. I believe that we have no special right, but a responsibility to get this guy's information on the air. We have a responsibility. So I want to get what's his first name again? What did he?
The caller is Will.
Not Will, the caller.
Eric, the owner of GoCat.
What's his name?
Eric.
Eric. I want Eric on the air. I want him to explain. I will give him the utmost respect. Eric can come on and say none of this is true, and then we'll explore that option. So there's a lot you need to know, and I'll tell your Mr. Moronic attorney right now. Well, it could be a Mrs. Moronic attorney, but here's what it is. There is no defamation if there are lies. If I'm exploring, there is no defamation. I am exploring whether or not Eric took this money and did nothing. I am exploring whether or not Eric still has the car and did nothing. Or is our caller a liar? We're exploring this.
Well,
go ahead, Mark. All yours. You took the call. Keep going. Keep going, Mark.
Here's what's amazing. Some of the text this guy sent to Will, and I'm going to bring Will up. Will, I got you up. Some of the texts are amazing. Will, some of them actually say he spent your money. Is that correct? Or he's broke? What were those?
Yeah. And all of that is in the text messages. I took screenshots.
Tom, he sent me every text message. This guy basically agrees that he doesn't have any money and he's going out of business, and if Will sues him, he'll lose everything. And some of these text messages go back years and years and years.
Okay,
and this guy is sick more than anybody I've ever seen in my life.
How can
Hold on. This guy has had back problems. He's had family problems. This guy literally has problems all the time, according to his own text.
What I want to know is, why does Eric feel we're defaming him if we're telling the truth?
I have no idea why Eric thinks that. First of all, I always state in my opinion. And in my opinion, he sucks.
And Mark, how about the call we got last April 2024 on the same guy taking $11,000?
Search your notes. Search your notes on this speed
April
shop.
30th, 2024, Tom.
$11,500. The guy ended up getting $1,000 back, according to our notes.
The caller's name was Joe, Tom.
This was another problem we took?
Mm-hmm.
April 30th, 2024, and the caller's name is Joe. Same song and dance.
Okay.
Same dude.
Here's what we have to do. We have to call Eric back and give him a last-ditch effort. Eric, I will listen to your sob story, or I will listen to the truth. I will listen to whatever you put out there. And I will not judge you. I want you to talk. I will judge you after I gather information. That's what I do. You see, I'm not a journalist. Let me tell you what a journalist does. A journalist is, now they don't do it. There's not one that does it, but let's pretend we have some out there. A journalist should be unbiased in collecting information and should be unbiased in reporting the information. They shouldn't say, so-and-so is lying. They should say, according to so-and-so, this happened, but according to this thing that we found, this happened. That's called objective reporting. They shouldn't say, we have documented that this guy lied to you. That has no place in a news story. But what I do is called advocacy journalism. Now, what that means is Mark and I and our team gather information objectively. We have never once called someone and assumed they were guilty. We have never once called someone and assumed the consumer was telling the truth. When we call the business or the person on the other end, the object of the complaint, we simply say, here is what we're hearing. Can you give us your side of the story? We gather information. Now, if that person comes on and gives us their information, then what we do is we now become the jury. By our own volition, we become the jury. We've gathered the facts. Now we form an opinion. By doing that, it's constitutionally protected. I am forming an opinion. Now, I express that opinion. Are we the executioner? No. Who's the executioner? You. You listen to the story and you say, you know what? I'll never go to Go Cat Speed Shop after this. That's you becoming the executioner, not because of what I said, not because of what I've done, not because of what the consumer said, not because of what the consumer did, not because of the lack of response or the poor response of the business. The reason you become an executioner is for all of those reasons. You put together a story in your head and you decide what you want to do. We operate exactly like Google reviews and all the rest. People can put up their opinion and other people can respond. The only difference is Google doesn't give an opinion or Yelp or any of those, but they do give ratings. Okay. So we are in essence and always have been the original feedback machine for customers. We've been doing reviews. That's what you can call my 380,000 phone conversations over 45 years. You can call them on-air live reviews. How you respond to that review is up to you. So Eric, hire any attorney you want. I've never been defeated. I want you to hear that very clearly.
Slapsuit.
I have never been defeated. And not only that, but I've gotten attorney's fees in cases. So if you have anything worth taking, I might be coming for it. So if you want to talk and do this the right way, I would love to put you on the air. I know I'm over time. Shannon is threatening to beat me up, so I have to take this break. 303-713-8255.
Thank you.
So, Mark?
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell.
He can't hear you yet.
Until after the break. Got it.
Not just for one's country.
He's going to do
but also
CMG
for
Financial
one's
at the end, please.
Not surprisingly, divorce for soldiers, especially difficult. And it raises a number of challenges that are peculiar to military divorce. Things such as deployments, relocation, retirement benefits. These issues...
So you and Fuller and the other one, whatever it is?
Yeah, me, Fuller, and Out of Granite.
So if you're a soldier...
Give that, then the rest will go to my esteemed colleague. John Fuller is a personal injury attorney, and I hope you never need him. But you know what? One thing is for sure. You should never shop for an attorney when you're under pressure. You have an injury. You don't know what happened. So here's what I want you to do. I want you to call John Fuller first if you have an injury. You don't have to hire him, but you can call for free information, and he gives you free legal advice. No other attorney answers the phone, or you can't get transferred to the attorney until you're a client. Even then, it's difficult. John Fuller will talk to any and all people up front free of charge. If you decide to hire him, it's on a percentage fee basis. He will take your call and answer your questions. If you decide to hire him again, He collects only when you collect. 303-597-4500, 597-4500. Do you want a price on the phone right now? I love when places do that, but you know what? Hardly anyone does it. theartofgranite.com is the only company I know in home improvements who does it. So if you want a countertop, an island, a book nook, anything made of granite or stone, marble, quartz, quartzite, you can call the Art of Granite. They will give you a price on the phone. You may have to snap a picture with your phone, but he'll give you a price. Remember, tear out and haul away is always free, wholesale on all countertop materials, and you get a price right now. 303-386-5919, 386-5919, theartofgranite.com.
CMG, man, go direct to the lender. CMG loans more than $2 billion a month. John Clace is a branch manager here in Colorado. He can get you a reverse mortgage at the best rates. He can get you a 10, a 15, a 30-year mortgage. They got the all-in-one loan, which is a 30-year line of credit that can't be taken away. They have it all, and they have it for less money. Check him out at partnerinlending.com or call John 303-882-6679 CMG Mortgage.
Very nice. Theoretically, that worked.
This guy's texts, Tom, are unbelievable, man.
And by the way, I have already tried to call him twice this morning. His voicemail box is still full.
Yeah. This guy buried himself with his own shit. I mean, it's absolutely crazy. I promise I'll have it done by the end of the year. Oh, if it's not done by January, I'll give you your money back. Or March, or whatever it is. Or it's just one thing after another for years.
Sounds like me promising stuff.
Yeah.
God, that's awful.
He even sends them. It's just ridiculous.
Tom, did you accidentally hit a button again?
Shannon, I did. There I'm. Okay, so Shannon, I want to ask you something really, truly, with your engineer hat on and your bullshit little wise ass hat off. Okay. So
kiss my ass,
I was looking. Shut up. I was looking at Lucy and interfacing with Comrex and cutting down on latency. And when I signed on to the show today, without checking it, I went to the other recommended codecs. So there is one that is recommended by both Comrex and Lucy that I tried, but for some reason you couldn't hear me. Is that because if I change what I do here, you have to accordingly change there?
No.
The rack unit in the basement does change based on what you tell it.
If it doesn't have it, it won't work.
Okay, no, that's good. How do I know which one? I mean, when could we ever get a couple minutes or a couple seconds for me to check various codecs for latency?
Sometime after. Do you want to do it after the show?
Yeah, I would love to.
Yeah, okay. Yep.
And it'll only take a few minutes for each one, and I'll stay on my cell phone with you.
Yeah.
All right, thanks. Mark,
I'll just have to move to a different room.
Yeah, I just want to get an idea because they definitely address latency. They definitely address it.
Oh, interesting. Okay, I didn't know that.
Yep. After you told me about it.
And I knew that they had recommended codecs because we'd been over that.
Right.
Okay, with something else too, right?
Right. That's right.
Yeah,
with
there
the
was
other
some
one
other situation that we had where it was like, well, okay, Comrex, what do you want? Because it's not up to Lucy, it's up to Comrex since that's the receiving unit.
That door, yeah. It won't matter. I can't do doing the windows back and forth, so just close the door. It'll be fine. See that? Look how much that cut up. Isn't that amazing?
Oh. They really make it look genuine. And I'm going to do it.
That's funny.
Yeah, a little bit of lighter fluid.
Took his engine to GoCat 7 years ago.
I'm literally in bed with horrible back pain. I'll get it done soon. That's like a year ago. My back is better.
If you'd spend as much time making excuses as you would... Here we go.
Blindster.com.
You know, I would love to hear this guy's Eric's side of the story on why the car's there 7 years. But I know this.
All you got to do is read his text. You'll see his side of the story in his own words.
Give us an example of some of the texts.
Well, I think really the caller Will should do that. Will, can you bring up some of your favorite texts? I mean, you sent me so many, it's insane. They look like it's been since 2019. Where's the one where it sounds like he just gave up altogether, with life for that matter?
Well, there's several of those, but...
like, here's a great one. A moving truck is blocking the alley.
Yeah. You know, he's got several texts in here where he's got to finish his buddy's dragster engine before he can work on mine.
Now, here's
I love how he sends you pictures of other people's projects.
Here's the point.
Yeah.
If he called us and just said, I don't want to talk about it, I'll handle it directly with Will, we'll drop it and wait to see what happens. But
it's only been 7 years, so I have a feeling he's not working with Will. My gut tells me that he's had $7,500 and can't deliver an engine.
I'm saying if he told us that, I would, right from that point on, see if he does. And then if he doesn't...
Wait. He told Dimitri yesterday. Dimitri, what did he tell you yesterday?
Well, you know, I had 2 conversations with him yesterday, and my primary goal was not only to get his side of the story, but to kind of broker a mutual walkaway.
And in the interest of time,
it was the most excuse-dense conversation I've ever had with anybody. And he told me that, hey, he's going to take the rest of the day and let me know what the resolution that he proposes by the end of yesterday or no later than 10 o'clock this morning.
Okay.
And then by 10 o'clock this morning, he sent me that email, which I forwarded to you and Tom.
Yeah, he's threatening to sue us, right? Okay. Mm-hmm. That's a good
Here, I love this one. Here's one of his responses. I mean, this is...
Go ahead, Mark.
If you read through these, it would blow you away. I'm always getting kicked while I'm down. Instead of a pat on the back or praise, unfortunately, starting around 1 or 2 years ago, I've had issues with blocks, very demanding guys that don't listen to me. I mean, everything is like that.
You know what?
There's nothing that's not an excuse.
No, I get it. If we heard one of those excuses, though, I would relate it. And then what I would do is we would go to the next step. I mean, first of all, Mark, this is small claims court territory. And I don't, there is a 6-year statute of limitations on the collection, but that's 6 years from the time it would have been due. So he can make the argument that he didn't try to get it back until X date. And then from that date forward would be the statute of limitations for 6 years in Colorado for obtaining a judgment. If I was him, wouldn't you sue this guy in small claims court? Here's why.
I would definitely get the judgment, and here's why I'd get the judgment.
Go ahead.
Because I'd love to read the judgment every single day as we open the show up, just for the hell of it. So I think he should get a judgment. But let me give you an idea.
There's another reason.
Hey, Will, in October, you were going to have it, by the end of the year, according to his texts?
Yeah, in November, he said I'd have it by the end of the year.
And then when that didn't come, listen to this. We're only talking the last 8 months now, Tom.
Right.
So then in January, when it still wasn't done, he said, I'll either have the engine to you in March, which has come and gone, or you will be paid back by June, which has come and gone.
These are all going to be good for small claims court. And tell him why we get a judgment, Mark. Go ahead.
Well, the judgment is great to have. I mean, what do you mean why we get a judgment?
Because
I love getting a judgment so I can sit here and talk about it.
If he ever accumulates accounts payable or even inventory, we can get what's called, and I say we in the collective we, just people, you can get what's called a writ of execution. Now, that doesn't mean you're going to go in and execute him, but it means a writ of execution.
No, you might be able to walk in and take the block or blocks from the blockhead.
You're able to go in, and if he has a big machine on his workbench, you can take it. You can take anything adding up to the $7,500 plus court costs and attorney's fees that you're owed.
Something came up. A question came up yesterday because of this call. I say, in my opinion, which of course isn't a legal opinion, the answer is yes, but I'm curious on your thoughts. Here's the question. This guy rebuilds engines. He's not like an auto shop like Kevin where you bring in for a brake job. He basically builds custom motors, apparently. Well, he says he does, although in 7 years there's an argument he doesn't. But wouldn't you consider that when he takes $7,500 up front, is that breaking the Contractors Trust Act in Colorado? Even though it's not necessarily a contractor,
No.
I would argue he is a contractor.
You know, that's very, very interesting. I haven't read the Contractors Trust Act in many years. Dimitri, have you reread it recently?
I read it in connection with the Garcia case.
Okay.
Right, that Bo is working on.
And did you? What kind of contracting are we talking about?
You know,
Primary residence only, I believe.
Yeah, it was for consumers who contract for work on their homes with contractors.
I think it even mentions primary residence. It can't be a rental or a.
Oh, could be.
No, you're thinking of the defense to a lien with the primary residence.
The Contractors Trust Act, I believe. Wait a minute. You're right. I think it would work on other
the
property.
Contractors Trust Act.
You're right.
You're getting the two mixed
No,
up.
you're right. I am. The other one I was thinking about was a lien
the affirmative
release.
defense to a lien where the general contractor has gotten paid in full, but the subs or the suppliers
So let me
haven't.
clarify that. We're talking about two different laws. One is what I call a lien protection law, and that is if you can show proof of payment on work done on your primary residence and the contract was in writing, and you can show proof of payment to the general, all the subcontractors cannot lien you, or they can, but they don't mean anything. That's a lien. I call it the lien protection statute, but I don't know what the formal name is. Then the other one we're talking about is, of course, the Contractors Trust Act, and that does not limit you to primary residences. What it says is, if you're a contractor on a project, all money taken by the consumer must be put in trust for that project. You can't use it or commingle it. And I'm telling you, it has teeth in it. But Mark brings up a good point. And maybe you can look that up again, Dimitri. But the Contractors Trust Act, does it say it has to be real estate or what? What does it say?
I'm going to look that up.
Well, we know it could be a part supply. We know it can be like for parts.
Right.
Like for lumber or for roofing or
Material
something.
suppliers.
Yeah, guys, I'm going to look that up. Right now, I'm looking up another lawsuit against GoCat Speed Shop that was filed in Arapahoe County about a year ago.
Have they been sued several times?
Well, I've only found one so far, and it's the case is called Jeffrey Aaron Wells against Eric Brown and GoCat Speed Shop.
Eric Brown, okay.
Yeah, this is in Arapahoe County, and it looks like it took place last April. So
how did it end?
Well, I don't have. I'm looking at it on Trellis, but I'm going to ask Suze to download this complaint.
Good deep dive on that.
No. Let's go. No. Let's go a step better. Here's what I'd like to do. Hey, Will, what would you say the approximate age of this Eric guy is? Just your best guesstimate, because I'm going to pull a full Colorado courts history on him.
I would guess he's probably 55, 60, somewhere in there.
All right, perfect. Well,
All right,
we're going to
hold
pull
on.
the whole thing. We're going to look at every lawsuit.
Yeah, hold on. Now, I'm going to take your other calls. Please stay tuned. And remember, Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, will do whatever it takes to give you a complete evaluation of your home and what it will sell for. And it's all free of charge. If you're just thinking about listing and you want to know all the elements and how they add up on your home, he'll let you know. 303-920-1622.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino.
Hey, Tom, real quick, are you done with Will?
Yes, for now we are.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, we are.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Alarm Detection Systems.
Yeah, it looks like we're in pretty good shape right now.
He just walked out.
Okay, so I got to work him in.
A little bit of slowing both directions down there, anywhere between basically Dry Creek and Bellevue.
I got my spots coming up right now, right?
Downtown was a little sluggish also.
Yeah, sir. 10 away. No, 50, 30 away. I don't care. Listen for the silence.
Right. By 70, in particular around Tower.
Return audio
east,
is
there's
silent.
some construction work that's been going on in Highway 85, heading up to Brighton, northbound there, near Bromley Lane. Backups with, again, construction work. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
Alarm Detection Systems. One local source for cameras, keycards, fire and intrusion. Offering expert alarm installation and testing with 24/7 professional monitoring. Protect what matters with advanced security. Visit adsalarm.com.
You know, the heat is coming. I know you even feel it now. In the 80s yesterday, your air conditioner is going to be put under a strain. Part of the air conditioner shares components with the furnace. And for $39, you can get the extreme clean, check, and tune from Fix-It 24/7. It is so important that you remove dirt and grime, the #1 killer of ACs. And they get it done for $39 if you're a new customer or haven't had it done. And you will be amazed. 2 hours of intense labor refurbishing your AC, $39. Go to the website and book. FixMyHome.com, book now. FixMyHome.com, book now. And always second opinions on any expensive replacements. FixMyHome.com, book now. Now, here's someone I hope you never book in your entire life. I don't want you to ever use him. He's a criminal defense attorney, Joe Lazzara. I would rather you never need him, but if you do need him, he should be the first call. And I'm going to tell you why. Because Joe Lazzara doesn't charge for your initial consultation, not anything. But get this, if you decide to hire him for your case, it's on a flat fee basis for the case. So you don't have to worry about each and every phone call and consultation and nickel and diming. Joe Lazzara has been doing this for years. Lazzara. LazzaraLegal.com or find him at referralist.com or call him directly 303-429-6200. All right.
Thank you.
I forgot what I was going to ask now. Damn it. Never mind. I'm going crazy.
All right. Thank you for that.
I'm going crazy around here.
If desperately bored,
Go Cat.
still love the
Speedway.
Go
Shop, I think.
Shop. No.
G-O.
Hey, Dimitri.
Hold on.
Yeah.
See if you can. I'm looking to see if we can't get a birthday on this guy so we can pull everything.
Well, I have no means of getting his birthday, but it's to answer Susan's question. It's Go Cat. They're separate words. Go Cat Speed
Go
Shop.
Cat. G-O space cat C-A-T Speed
And
Shop.
Speed Shop is one word. The guy's name is Eric Brown.
It's on Santa Fe, I believe.
And this was in Arapahoe County last year.
He is not on the Facebook.
And the guy who sued him is Jeffrey Aaron Wells.
Do you have that case number?
No, it's on Trellis, and they don't want to give you the case number because they want to sell it to you.
Well, if it's not getting out of...
Breach
Well, I mean,
of
that's the way to
contract
test
suit.
The complaint would be
end.
interesting
Maybe
to
there's
read.
something on here. Defendants, Eric Brown.
And I just can't confirm that it's still attached to the castle block, of course. I mean, it seems tight back there, but I don't know.
There might be something
So
in here.
I didn't want to goof with it
So
too
I
much.
did look up the Contractors Trust Act. I can address that whenever there's
Good,
a
let's
rule in
do that.
it.
Yeah,
Don't tell us.
it seems
We'll do
like it's... Yeah.
Well, if you want it, if you need me to resubmit something, but it's all part of the PPM thing that I swear would be
Stuff will have
helpful.
birthdays,
I've talked to
right?
Dragon about it.
Sometimes.
He's the only other one I've talked to about it. But especially
What's the name of it? Speed what?
for the ultimate reason.
It's called Go Cat Speed Shop. And Speed Shop is
Where?
one word.
How come I've never seen this
But when corporate says,
website?
well, I need to cut out the news.
Find his website, Suze.
Problem is,
Well, I mean, it's.
They'll
Ter-
play
have you heard of Trellis?
Ted Nugent.
That's a
Yeah.
legal research.
Trellis?
Yeah, I sent Suze a link to Trellis'
Yeah,
summary of
well,
this
it has
matter.
a bunch of.
How much does it
court
cost to
cases on it.
subscribe? Maybe we should just do it.
If
Well, she already has a
I am
subscription to
rolling on it,
Cold
Right,
That's
I
all
just
she
don't know if
needs.
you'd heard of this one.
Right then. Cut it out. That's all.
He's got a judgment. I mean, this is what you need to be looking at. He's got all kinds of stuff.
Like what? What kind of judgment?
Did you get that? Dimitri sent you a breach of contract suit.
Yeah.
If you start going around in those documents, there's all kinds of cases on it. It looks like.
Well, keep in mind
Unless
that
this is all the same case.
keep in mind that Eric
been
Brown
going
is
on
a
for
very
years.
common name, right? So
I don't think so, though, Mark.
Eric Brown is a very common name, so we need to be
This is
super
interesting.
careful.
Yeah. Did I lose them?
Gotcha.
No, got him.
You can find that on Trellis, Suze.
I said,
Yeah, I can send you the link that Dimitri sent.
Yeah,
Sure. Very happy.
but it's just a summary, right? Because they want you to subscribe to their service to look this up. And I thought,
Yeah, I can't
Susie,
even
we have an
think of it
account
now.
at
Click on the
Cocorts.
link. I don't know how to make sense of it yet.
Stop. You're a saint. Thank
No,
you.
I want to get cohorts is what I want because I want to see criminal activity as well.
I get that. I was trying to go through these documents to see if his birthday is somewhere on here, babe.
Oh, good.
So it'll be a lot easier to.
So Troas costs $37 to
case.
$180 a month, Tom.
Foreign judgment.
We talked to a reporter. I think her name was
I
Linda
didn't hear that
Brown
last week
from the
'cause I was
Colorado
on
Sun. You know, the Colorado Sun newspaper.
Mm-hmm.
So I said to Linda, "So you're Brown from the Sun?"
Here's an address for him.
It's on Santa Fe, Suze.
There's his address.
DIC.
Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-8255. So I do want to take other calls, and we'll do an update on this because Dimitri did some calls, and we're really going after this, Eric. The guy, in my opinion, as Mark puts it, and it's accurate, it is our opinion based on everything that's going on, is a bad dude. I wouldn't use him either. And that is Eric Brown's Go Cat Speed Shop, 720-284-1790. There is just no excuse for now. Even if he said, "Look, I'm struggling with some mental health issues that he alluded to before, or I'm having a problem with this or that, the other thing," just something so we can move on and give other aspects or other areas or avenues for him to go. But right now, Sharon has been waiting quite a while. I want to get to her. What's going on with your apartment, Sharon? How can we help you? Oh God, I hate when that happens.
Maybe the cockroaches got her.
Damn it. Do we have her number? Can we call her back? Can we call her back right this minute, and I will interrupt the next call for her?
I will try.
Thank you, Kachina. Suzanne has an issue with a paintless dent repair. That's usually with the paintless dent repair, of course, is not just for hail damage, but it's for any kind of dings or nicks on your car where the paint has not been damaged. Hi, Suzanne. What's going on?
Hello.
Hey, what's happening?
Hello.
I'm here, Suzanne.
Sorry,
Yes, what's going on?
Okay. So I moved here on June 1st of last year, and in July, I was hit with hail damage. I moved from Virginia. And all right, so I did a complaint to the Attorney General.
Okay, but let's
and
start
this
from the
is
beginning.
narrative
You
I
hold
gave
on.
them.
You went to the hail damage straight to the complaint to the Attorney General. What are the steps in between? So your car was damaged, and apparently you found a company that did not work out.
Yes.
And what's the name of that company?
Denver Family Dent.
Denver Family Dents. And tell me your experience.
So I had hail damage on 7/20/24. An Allstate agent came to look at my car on 7/29/24. The payment, Allstate called and said, "Should we just send the check to Denver Family Dent?" And thinking my car would be fixed, I said yes. 7/31, Bobby from Denver Family Dent called to schedule a pickup for my car. Denver Family Dent cashed the check for $5,803.19 on August 2nd of 24.
Okay.
On August 8th, they hadn't even gotten my car yet.
So
they
this,
got my car.
This is going on a year now. Okay. So when they cashed the check, had any work at all been done?
No.
Okay. So they
hadn't
cashed
even
that check.
had my car
You
yet.
took your car in there in July. They cashed the check in August. And nothing had been done to your car at all.
No, but they didn't get my car till after they cashed their check on 8/8/24.
Okay, so that's when your car went in there.
Yes.
Okay, keep going.
They did a virtual with Allstate to assess the damage, and Allstate on 8/19, based on Denver Family Dent's final repair quote in connection with Allstate, the car was deemed totaled.
Oh.
I decided to keep the car and receive the offered value by Allstate to keep the car.
Okay.
I texted Bobby about receiving payment back. Bobby said they would send funds back to Allstate.
Now, wait a minute. Okay, hold on now. So you're at Denver Family Dents, and you're waiting for a check, and then you're going to keep the car. Was Denver Family Dents, were they going to repair the car for you, or did it not need any repairing? Was it still fully drivable?
Oh, it's fully drivable. It just looked like a golf
So what
ball.
you wanted is you simply wanted Denver Family Dents to return your car.
No, they never kept my car. They've just kept the money.
Wait a minute. Your car was not dropped off there in August. It was just for an estimate.
Yes.
And you're telling me that they never did anything, but the check was sent to them and they kept it.
Yes.
Well, what do they say about that? That's theft.
Thank you. They won't take my calls.
Who are you talking to over there? Who do you
you
talk to at Denver Family Dents? What the hell's going on with people thinking they can keep other people's money? So this is the second one today. So, Denver Family Dents, who have you talked to over there? Who's your contact?
Her name was Bobby Ward.
Bobby, you say her name was. Is she still with us?
What do you mean?
Oh, never mind. Okay, so Bobby Ward, and did they tell you that they would send the money back to you?
They said they would send it to Allstate. They quit taking Allstate's phone calls also. One lady at Allstate called from her private phone, and they answered.
Suzanne, is this the Family Dents over on 1313 Blue Spruce in Fort Collins?
Yes.
Okay, Bo, what's the name of it again? Give me the proper name, Bo.
Denver Family Dents.
Okay.
Denver Family Dents. I have a phone number and address.
All right, hold on. Bo, I want you to call them, and I want you to ask them. So they claim they were going to send the money back to Allstate. And, of course, you gave Allstate the go-ahead to write them the check anyway, didn't you?
Thinking that they would fix the car.
Exactly. Okay, Suzanne, I don't see how these people think they can keep the money. Have you tried small claims court?
I have the paperwork filled out right now.
Okay, we're going to help you, but I want you to also do that, because once people don't understand this, once you get a judgment, whether it's small claims court or regular court, you can do a lot with that judgment. The biggest problem in life most of the time, I got to take a break, come right back. Most of the time is, and Mark will tell you this, they get a judgment, but then they don't do anything about the judgment. And that's where the real strength is. More right after this.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Yeah, it looks like we're in pretty good shape right now. Earlier accident in the tech center, long gone. I was seeing a little bit of slowing, both directions down there, anywhere between basically Dry Creek and Bellevue. Northbound coming up towards downtown was a little sluggish also. 270's running a little heavy out of Commerce City, as well as it looks like the east side of I-70, in particular
Dimitri,
around Tower. Heading east, there's some construction work that's been going on in Highway 85, heading up to Brighton, northbound there, near Bromley Lane. Backups with, again, construction work. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
Need new blinds? At Blindster.com, we offer guaranteed low prices, guaranteed satisfaction, free samples, and free shipping. At Blindster, we take the fear out of ordering custom blinds, shades, and shutters so you can do it yourself and save big. Blindster.com.
When the alarm. All right, let's talk about something near and dear to my heart and pocketbooks, and that is upgrading your home's windows, siding, and doors with Gravina's windows. Now, here's what I love about Gravina's. They have heritage. You know, heritage is something you can't fake. These guys have been around for years and years. After Larry broke off from his dad and he established a place on 950 West Evans, and then, listen to this, then his son Nick joined him, and they have more than 65 years, way more. And they have what I love too, not just heritage, but selection. 50 brands of window siding and doors. You're certain to find the one that you need or the one that you like, whether it's your fix and flip, your rental, or your dream home. Just think Gravina's, okay? That's what you think. 303 Gravina. 303 Gravina or gravinas.com. All right. What people have done for one reason or another since COVID, they built up credit card debt. And that debt, if you do all the minimum payments, and that's what some people can afford, or even less than that, you're going to be in debt for 50 years. You got to get out of high interest debt before you can build wealth. American Financing, my friends there, have partnered with me to present you with the Smart Equity Loan. So they take a portion of your equity to cover that high interest debt, so you pay that off immediately for one low monthly payment, way lower than you're paying now. Because you're talking about an equity loan of 6 or 7, and you're talking about credit cards that are topping 24%. So get out of that high interest debt, and then you can pay it off quicker if you want, or pay it off on time, but you'll be out of debt quicker. Your improvement of credit will be immediate, and you'll save hundreds of dollars a month. Call my friends at American Financing, 303-695-7000. Ask for the Martino Smart Equity Loan, 303-695-7000.
Thank you.
Read that text I just sent you through email.
Okay, I will.
Hey, babe, can you try to get these people to call in?
Are you calling me, babe? Or
Yeah, I'm
Tom?
calling
He's
you,
calling
babe.
me, but it was me.
Shannon.
Okay, I wanted to verify.
No, I was calling Bo, babe.
Now, when did you get this one?
I sent you an email.
Oh, never mind.
What's
this
that?
was him. Hopefully, okay. Okay. Do you want me to read this on the air, Mark?
No, just read it. I mean, he literally acknowledges he's robbing Peter to pay Paul.
I
Hell,
know,
he
but I
quotes
think
it.
I should read it.
Anyway, who do you need me to call?
I just emailed you. Not call. See if you can reach out to him through Facebook. It's a bunch of people that are pissed off at Eric.
Reach. Okay.
I think we line
All
up.
right.
I think we line up 40 people back to back to talk about Eric.
I'm trying to jerk off Peter to pay Paul. You're what now?
Let's see here.
He gave Paul the reacher. No.
Well,
The Facebook. Oh, boy.
I tell you about my wife asking that at a
So we didn't
company
go over that
function of
past
my
case
previous
yet,
boss. The best.
We didn't go over that past. Yeah.
Kids forever, Sue.
Flatheads
Well,
forever. It's a public
this one here,
group.
Dimitri. What's that?
Public group.
But you can't. Oh, but you need to get. Okay,
I'm
got
just
it.
going to put a post
Got it.
on.
So we're right.
I put it. Has anybody? You might have to
over it
join
right
it.
now. Is what you're
I
saying.
don't.
Okay.
If anybody has had problems with Eric Brown,
And Mark was
from
doing a deep dive, he
GoCat,
said, too,
whatever,
didn't
please contact us. We've had multiple complaints on him.
What is this liquid glass on the new iPhone they're talking about? Liquid glass. I mean liquid. Yeah, liquid glass. Well, I've heard of the liquid quartz. You know that it is a liquid. Yeah, whatever. Yeah. All you do is keep yourself out of their reaches. Okay, so the other day, I don't know if it'll happen. No, this is another one. No, this was off the air. Mark recommended something to me. In my email, that's the only time we ever spoke of it. It's a mic cover for this, to do away with an echo. Not the delay, but us just around here. So, I then got targeted ads for this item. I mean, and this was in an email to me. Mark said, he sent a link. And it read my email, went to the link, parsed out what I was looking at, and resent it to me.
We're on top of it. The Medal of Honor is the highest military.
Oh, I screwed up. Hang on.
States.
God dang it. I misread
Because
that.
of my cancer? I already did. Yeah, I did. Am I back on yet or not?
No, I misread the break.
Cool.
I'm an idiot.
Just give me the music when we come back on.
I swear, 10 away.
All right.
10 away to music.
All right.
God, I'm falling apart.
Who is? I am. No, I'm not.
Me? No,
I rebuke
you're great.
that.
Hang on.
Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. Okay, now, some very interesting cases we're going to be going over here that not only teach us things, but tell us who to avoid. So stay tuned for that. Now we're back to Suzanne. Suzanne says that her car was totaled, but she had to take it somewhere. So she took it to Denver Family Dents, who then conferenced with Allstate and came up with a number. Suzanne decided not to have the car fixed. She just wanted to drive it like it was and take the settlement. The settlement was sent directly to the body shop, and this was in 24. When was the check actually received by them?
They cashed it on 8/2/24.
Oh my God. And they will not send it back.
Right. I have emails from Allstate to Denver Family Dents.
All right, I want you to send me whatever you have. I want you to hold on, okay? Hold on for that and more coming up. Also, Mark is going to share some of the texts we have from that other clown. All of that coming up.
Yep.
Okay, this is a good case, man. This guy, she's going to win in small claims court, but we got to go after this scumbag too. Okay, so the name of the shop is Denver Family Dents. Hey, Bo, get enough information that we can get this guy in there. Try to call him, Bo.
Anybody want to answer for Bo? No? Mark and Suze are in a coma. Dents.
Yeah.
How about that? Possibly one survivor from that Air India crash.
Where is it? Where was he or she sitting?
They said something about 11A.
You can't do a search for Eric Brown and then see birthdays that would put him around 55 and choose those?
I have a month and a year. I don't have the day.
Okay.
So, and now I have our accounts locked up, so I got to call CO Courts and have them unlock it. So I'll get to that here in a minute.
Why was it locked up?
Who did you want to talk to?
Never
Suze has
mind.
her headphones on, but I think she's. I think Suze is listening to Coldplay.
One of those background searches where it gives you limited info unless you pay. That's what they showed him as.
Showed him as what?
April 1970.
Oh, nice. Oh, no, I am now. What are you hollering about?
Oh, I wasn't.
What you hollering about, Willis?
I might have exaggerated, but what were you yelling about?
I wasn't.
There is so much stuff on this guy going back to 2010.
When
he
will
has
we be
ripped
able to talk
so
about
many
it?
people off.
I need it for the Sleaze Brigade, too.
We've reached out to a couple clubs where people have bitched about him. Yes, I have this is June 2020, 5 years ago. I've had a bad and ongoing problem with Eric Brown of Go Cat Speedway. My experience with Eric proved him to be a liar and a thief. Do not trust that man. He will rob you. If you would like more info on that crook, let me know. He owes me over $2,000 and has been doing nothing but making excuses for over 3 years. Bad economy, sick family, etc.
He sounds like another Jeff Jolly.
Yes. Yeah, he does.
You know?
I agree with Mike. This guy's a fraudster, and there's been numerous that have been scammed by him.
Wait till you guys get the email I just got from him.
You got an email from Eric?
Just 1 second ago. I'm going to forward it.
I still don't understand why this guy's not in jail.
I'm forwarding it. Mark, Tom, Suze, and help. And it just came in.
And then this new one is good, too.
Guy's a psycho.
Oh, I'm sure he's a psycho. He's been. It looks like he's been ripping people off for a long time.
It says that Tom Martino is a vile creature.
Good.
And the vile creature is in all caps, but he didn't use a bold. No, it's too long to read.
And did you send it to me? I'll parse it.
Yeah, I just sent it.
Thank you.
Vile creature.
I liked it. I've never been called that before, but that's good.
Psycho Joe in L.A. went ballistic on me.
What was Sharon about? Just goose me on that one. Was Sharon the dent one? No.
She had the issue with the apartment, but she hung up and
Okay.
she's not answering back.
Got it. Then let's just move on. Move on. This Suzanne one, Mark is going to have fun with.
No, Suzanne's going to Bo, and so we got Kevin.
Yeah, I'm going to go to Kevin right now when we come out.
Do you want CMG, Mark?
I'm sorry?
Yes.
Do you want CMG?
Yes. Yes.
Info at GoCat.
Our man.
Little old me digging up my past. I'll gladly explain my side. Oh, you've been reading this.
What is this? What, JR, why did you send this? I don't get it.
Tom Martino is a vile creature.
I
Did
am.
you get to that yet?
And I'm proud of it.
It's all bold. It's not bold, but it's capital letters. I think you should have bolded it and italicized it.
I love it.
I don't know about that guy.
We'll pull a full criminal on him.
Okay, are my YouTubies looking? Look what I have here. See? This is my enforcer that I do, and it's giving me my stuff when I need it. I'll show you.
Hey, he even goes into he's struggling in the economy. This guy's been struggling in the economy for 8 years, according to his own text.
Listen to me. Boom. I'm showing my YouTubers my chemo pump. Hey, brother. Now, I keep that on for 2 days. 2 days. There we go. So if I have chemo, mind, brain, you can just not make fun of me like Mark does.
Mark doesn't make fun of you as much as I do.
Okay, you're right. This has nothing harmful in it. You can put it in your coffee. You want pine coffee? Vinny, can you hear okay? Excellent.
Do you want some coffee? I should have offered it before you came. Okay.
Oh yeah, he loves our coffee.
I apologize. Huh? Oh, well, it's coffee. Yeah, totally understand.
I love that machine.
Coming back.
I love that machine. Why didn't you ever get a machine like that at home?
What is it?
They're good. The Keurig machine. I love them, man.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
That's me here to help you. We've been doing this 45 years in Denver, 51 years elsewhere. Yeah, that's a pretty big milestone, 50 years. By the way, this is the longest running radio talk show in the world, basically, or in the U.S., with the same host still on the air. Yes, 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 and many, many more. I'm not being arrogant here, but Mark seems pretty healthy to me. Anyway, 303-713-8255. Let's bring up the studio if you're streaming. And I have all my peeps there, and I have all my peeps here. I even have my brother-in-law visiting from parts afar, from Florida. Yep, that's
Vinny!
Vinny! Hey, let me turn the mic on. Go ahead now. Wish him well. Wish him well. We got the mic's on now. You got to get close, brother. Look, you've been watching me for how many years? Go like that. You got to be right there.
Let's send Vinny over to the cat speed
that's
shop.
Perfect. Now say something.
How you doing, Mark? All right?
I'm doing great. How about you, man?
Good, thanks.
Yep. He loves Colorado,
You're
but
welcome.
Florida's his jam. Florida is his jam. Anyway.
That's like my parents, man. They're good here for about a week, then they got to get back to Florida.
Yep. You know, really, though, I remember, I lived in Florida for quite a few years. I absolutely loved it. I really, really loved it. I didn't even mind the summer that much, but it can get pretty hot. Anyway, welcome to the show. And in the studio there, we have Major Marc Mager, and then Major Suze Mager, actually executive producer, EP, Suze. And then we have Bo, and then we have now joining us our expert for real estate, Brad O'Brien Legal Services. Brad, I don't know if you know this or not, but I wanted to ask you a question, and I know Deputy D has looked it up, and I haven't forgotten my caller. Kevin, please, we are getting an expert on. We will talk to you. But Brad O'Brien, OLSlaw.com, stands for O'Brien Legal Services. They do real estate primarily. The Contractors Trust Act, Brad, have you ever had to do anything with a Contractors Trust Act, or is that not really in your bailiwick?
I do mechanics liens, and that is part of it, but I haven't had the occasion to use that statute in a while, so I need to refresh on that.
Okay, fine. If you could look it up a little. And Dimitri, you said you were going to look it up, because here's what we were wondering. What is a contractor? How far does that Contractors Trust Act extend? In other words, if somebody came to your house and worked on your car, or worked on your computer, or worked on something else, what does the Contractors Trust Act cover?
Well, that was real easy. It's right there in the very first paragraph. And basically, contractor or subcontractor under any building, construction, or remodeling contract, or in any construction project, and then it goes on to describe their duties. So according to what I read in the law, and this is 38-22-127, paragraph 1, it really just has to do with basically real estate remodeling, construction, and so on. It has absolutely nothing to do.
It's definitely real estate.
Absolutely.
You can't just, okay. So, Mark, we got that question answered, I think, that you had brought up.
Yep.
Now, Brad O'Brien, when people establish a primary residence, what is it, 2 out of the past 5 years? Is that how they do it?
Residency is established in different ways for different statutes for different purposes. So,
okay.
What's the context?
Okay, no, I know what you mean. So, for example, if you moved out of your primary residence and you moved into another one, and you want to sell your primary residence, and you want to take advantage of the exemption for a single taxpayer, $250, and for married filing jointly, it's $500. How many years, how long do you have to do that before that house is considered an investment property and comes out of the primary residential category?
Oh, so that's a tax question. That's really outside of my area of being tax law. I really do real estate.
I believe it's 2 out of the past 5. Somebody asked me that because they said, I want to rent out my house. And when I looked it up at the time, they said, basically that you have you can only have that home rented for 3 of the past 5 years. You have to show you lived in it for 2 of the past 5 years at that time. But then there are different exclusions for different things. Brad, do you know what part is protected? Like if you just have a single family home and that's it, just you and your home, are you protected automatically anywhere with any kind of homestead exemptions or anything? Like in Texas, for example, I believe it used to be this way. It might not after the Enron fall years and years ago, but it used to be every penny of equity is protected in your home. They could never come after your home. In Colorado, what protections do we have?
Okay. Well, first of all, the property gain tax exemption, I can't answer that. That's a tax law question.
Right,
but now on the homestead, yes, a homestead attaches automatically to a homeowner's primary residence in Colorado. A couple that owns a property together gets one exemption, and you don't have to file anything. It's an automatic automatic right that you have.
And how much is that for? Do you know?
Let me double check real quick.
Okay, fine. In any case, you do have some protections of equity. Now, let's talk about reverse loans. Kevin has a question. Go ahead, Kevin. We have CMG Financial, which handles reverse loans as well as conventional loans, and we're trying to get him up on the horn. But right now, what is your question, Kevin? Maybe we can just answer it.
Well, I have several.
Okay, let's start. Go ahead. I'll take a stab at him. So will Mark.
I talked with Loan Depot about a potential reverse. And one guy there told me that I shouldn't get one if I can pay cash. The next girl I talked to told me she agreed, and then later she told me she didn't agree. And
now, when you say, Kevin, I got to ask a question. So when you say pay cash, are you speaking about using this as a residential purchase?
Yes, to live in.
Okay, so let's just address that issue right now, because I've taken several calls on this. If you want to use a reverse loan to buy a house, according to your age, you're going to have to put down a certain amount of money. Okay, then the mortgage.
74, and they gave me the paperwork.
What's that, sir?
They gave me all the paperwork on that.
Yeah, but I want to go over what it means. Just let me go over what it means. I'm going to use fictitious numbers, but let's say you're buying a $500,000 home and you qualify for a reverse loan of $200,000. That would mean that you have to come to closing with $300,000 because you have to close the house. But whatever portion is on the reverse, you don't have to pay. And a lot of people use this. For example, we were joking about Florida, but I've known couples who've sold their home here. They've moved to Florida and they put 50% down. And because of their age, they got about 50% they put on a reverse loan. So they were able to buy a home for $500,000, and the $250,000 mortgage sat there and accrued against their equity. And all they had to do was live there and pay taxes and insurance. Now, that one person that told you you shouldn't do that if you have cash, that's a matter of comfort level and opinion. Because if you're in a home that's worth $500,000 and you have a reverse loan of $250,000, that equity, the other $250,000 in equity, will be slowly eaten up each year with accrued loan payments. But here's the good part. No matter how much it accrues, you can never be forced out of your home. And if you want to sell that home and let's say go into a nursing home, or you want to sell it and buy another house, if you don't have enough to pay off that loan, there is no consequence. It's a non-recourse loan. It's a non-recourse loan. So do you have any other specific questions on that?
Well, she said for any price house, you should always get a reverse. But if you're buying.
Yeah, that's a matter of opinion. I mean, a lot of people want to preserve their equity for their heirs, so a reverse loan wouldn't be good. It all has to do with your personal lifestyle.
Okay, she gave me a paperwork on a hypothetical purchase for a $175K house, and the closing settlement fees she put at $15,000 plus. Does that sound extreme?
How much did she put down?
15,000 and change.
$16,000. That would cover her loan costs. So no, it's not extreme. Reverse loans are a bit more expensive. How much was the total loan? I want to do a percentage here. What was the total loan?
$175.
And she had to pay $16,000 in fees. And oh man, is she getting a reverse line of credit or a lump sum?
Well, she made it out for me. She's an agent there at Loan Depot.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're doing it. That's right. So,
did you
are you getting a lump sum or a line of credit?
Well, I don't know because I don't know about these things.
Okay,
and I don't.
I'm going to go over them. I'm going to go over them, okay? Because a lot of people get confused. If you hang on, man, I will take you up and we'll talk about this. We're going to try to get our finance guy on. If not, I do have answers, and I just looked up some older calls on this. I'm Tom Martino, 303-713-8255.
Yep.
Imagine cutting out the middleman when getting a new home loan. Whether it's a traditional mortgage, a reverse mortgage, a HELOC, or a refinance, CMG Financial is the leader. They're the bank. They can beat almost any rate out there. I'm consumer advocate Marc Mager. If you're looking for a home loan, you need to call CMG Financial. They're going to save you a ton of money. Don't let the other guys fool you. Go to partnerinlending.com. Partnerinlending.com.
All right. You know what? You need, no matter who you are, you need QCcolorado.com. That's the quiet, cool, whole house fan. Do not misunderstand this for an attic fan. It is not. What it does is it goes up in your upper ceiling and pulls air from lower levels and destratifies the air. It evens out your temperatures. Your AC works less. If you use it in early evenings, sometimes you never have to turn on the AC. Or you can keep your AC off all day, and when you get home, then turn that on and get rid of all that heat, and your air conditioner can go to normal operation. I'm just saying to you, QCcolorado.com is the place to go for your whole house fan. Do it before the schedule fills up. I have mine, and I love it. QCcolorado.com. Now, let's talk. We were just talking about real estate and becoming a landlord. You know, there are places we can still buy in this country that have great upside potential for equity. Vestera Turnkey researches these markets and helps you acquire a home in these markets and helps you manage that home with a management company. They even take your everyday phone calls to keep you on track as a landlord. So if you want to be a landlord without all the conventional hassles, check him out. MyBiggestReturn.com. MyBiggestReturn.com. Or give Vestera a call at 303-888-3788. Okay, one thing I want to talk to you about is, I became a financial advisor representative, and I have a financial advisement firm. And one of the things we've been clever in doing with an outside business is getting people to use, when they have retirement money just sitting there and they want to put it into something like real estate through Vestera, or they want to put it into artwork or some other weird investment. We do have ways you can use your accumulated retirement funds for very safe, conservative investing. Many times that money just sits there making minimal returns. Now you can turn it into something making great returns and tax deferred. So give us a call at Wave 8 Financial Management for this and everything else you have. Wave8capital.com, 303-771-HELP, 771-4357. That's 771-HELP.
Very kind, thank you.
Thank you.
Why is that not playing?
We just have to have his real birthday.
I gotta have his birthday to really.
Well, that noise goes right away when I close that door. So if you ever hear it, if you could hop on that, that would help.
$20 we'll never get back.
Is Kevin still there? Okay, Kevin.
Yeah.
All right, shut up now.
You talking to the person chained in your basement?
Yeah. I can't do that now.
No grip strength? you lose your grip strength, you
Oh,
can't hold
and then
down
look
a
what
hostage.
Girl Friday sent. I don't know who she got this from. It's just, this is, hey, Sue's, just FYI. I don't know who she gets that from, but she's copy and pasted that to me. Girl Friday, where did you get that?
Suze, I found another case. I got another, it's a Jeffco action against Eric Brown, DBA GoCat Speed Shop. And it's a guy out of California domesticating a $37,000 judgment against GoCat Speed Shop.
Yeah, none of that is coming up on CO. Do you have his birthday at all?
You know,
Give me a picture of this dick. Dick pic.
And the case was Piazza.
Without the birthday.
Oh, Girl Friday got that on Facebook. Dimitri, I have to have the birthday to really know.
Well, in Cokerts,
Did you get the counter moist?
Just the names?
Mark threw my phone at me in a moment of rage.
Oh, come on, Mark.
And it knocked over my coffee.
Yeah, that's
It
what happened.
spilled everywhere.
I know.
No, but he did throw his phone at me.
I know where that can be classified
No,
as
I got
domestic
it.
violence. Did you know that? I don't mean to
for
joke
you?
about it, but it is.
That pays big.
All right, I'm gonna beat you up.
I'm teasing Mark. He knows that.
I'm
I think we lost a host on KOA for that.
I bet you I can figure out a way to get Suzanne to rage on you.
Oh, me?
Go up and put a scratch on her ex.
Are you listening to him, Mark?
Not really.
That's the prettiest Tesla in the world.
Call her the B word.
Oh, don't call me the B word. Hey, you, Shannon.
Yeah,
Don't
come
even
on.
say the B word.
I said
We're
B
gonna
word.
come hurt you, Shannon.
That's privacy laws right there.
I
Being
want
violated.
I want a yacht that I can call the C word.
You mean literally
C-A-W-A-R-D.
C-word.
C word. We're all
Hey, I wonder
going
if I could do
C-word.
that on license plate. C-word.
Here you go. Only if you're Doc.
I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK. Got a lot of hot questions here. I want to go over reverse loans very quickly, okay? Very quickly. First of all, reverse loans can be used in many different ways. Let's first talk about the payout. The payout can be done as regular monthly payments to you, which I highly suggest against those. The other kind of payout is a lump sum. Again, I'm going to go back to fictitious numbers just so we can talk about it. If you have a $500,000 home, $250 down and $250 on a reverse, that $250 can be taken as a lump sum, and I suggest I do not recommend that. And it can be taken as monthly payments, which I do not recommend. On reverse loans, my recommendation, some people might disagree, my recommendation is a line of credit. Because with a line of credit, you're not accruing interest against that line of credit unless you use it. So if you only use 10,000 of it to do some siding project, you're not going to be paying interest on the whole 250. You're only going to be paying interest on the 10 grand you took for the siding. Now, you can pay back that 10 grand if you want, or just let it stay there the rest of your life. They will never come hunting you for payments. It will accrue against your equity, which means that 10 grand now has $10,200 and $10,800, and then there's interest on interest, and it accrues against your equity. If you need another project, pull out another lump sum. Or if you simply want to go on vacation, you write yourself a check and go on vacation. This is a line of credit. Another interesting feature of a line of credit is that every year it increases. The amount of money you can borrow automatically increases by a generous amount. So if you think, well, 250 is not going to get me through my lifetime, in a line of credit, that 250 you can borrow will go up to maybe 260 or 275 and then 300, and it accrues quite rapidly. So every year the amount you can borrow goes up. So would you use a reverse loan? In some cases, we recommend them. People don't have a choice, really. They're buried in debt, they have a lot of equity, and they're older. They're not going to get a job and pay off this debt. So a well-structured reverse loan can do that. Now, let's say you have a first on your home. Let's talk about that. If you have a first on your home, that must be paid off first before the line of credit kicks in. So if you owe $135,000, you had this home for years. So you're owed $135,000. You owe that much. And you want to get a reverse loan, and let's say your loan, you want to get you're eligible for a $200,000 loan. Well, obviously, you have to use the first $135,000 to pay off the first, and you would have then $65,000 left over in a line of credit. So that's how reverse loans work. But the good part about a reverse loan is what's called no recourse. That means that when you are approaching your credit limit and it's accruing to even more than the house is, you can never be asked to leave or to pay off the loan. Or if you do decide to sell and there's not enough to pay off the loan, you simply turn the home over to the lender. There is no foreclosure, there's no deed in lieu of foreclosure, and there's no black mark on your credit. So if you want to go to a nursing home, assisted living home, or a condo, or whatever, when you sell that home, you get settled up. And if there is money left over, then you get that money. If there's not enough, there is no deficiency judgment. And this goes for your heirs as well. Many, many people mistakenly tell you, oh my God, if you get a reverse loan, you're going to strap your estate with a lot of debt. That's not true. I'm going to give an exaggerated example. Let's say that $500,000 house we talked about, where you had a $250,000 line of credit. Let's say you borrowed the entire $250, and now $350 is owed against your house, or $400 is owed against your house, and your house does not appraise for that. Your estate will never inherit any debt. Your estate simply walks away. That is the non-recourse feature of a reverse loan. And one of the only reasons I would get one is you never have to worry about paying it back. So that's it. I just wanted to let you know. Now, Kevin, do you have any specific questions then?
Yeah, I have three.
Okay.
I got phone counseling for this about 10 years ago. Well, less than that. And it was free phone counseling. And I can't find the number. Do you know of any free phone counseling?
Well, they're all,
for these?
Here's what they do. When you apply for a reverse loan, that counseling is mandatory. So at the time, you apply, like if you call John over at CMG Financial, they take an application from you. It's a soft application. It's not going to have any obligation to it. And then you will be given a name at that time. But you bring up a good point. You bring up a really good point, Kevin. And that is, what if you just want to talk to somebody right now and get your counseling right now before applying for a loan? Again, that's something we'd have to ask John Clace. Mark, are we having any luck finding him? For these questions?
Usually he's on right away. He's probably in a closing or something, if I had to guess.
I think so. His phone's going straight to voicemail.
So, Kevin, what I'd love to do is I will get you an answer. I really will. I'll get you an answer. So just hang on.
I have two more questions.
Okay, what are your other questions? Go ahead. You want to ask about counseling. That's one. What's the other one?
Yeah. If you own the house for quite a few years, with all that interest that builds up, how are you going to sell it to anybody?
Okay.
Because wouldn't it be costing a whole lot more with all the interest accrued?
Okay. Whatever is owed on the house has to be paid back. And if it can't be paid back, the lender will take up to 100% of its value. So it's not difficult to sell at all. If I am a buyer, and let's say you have a reverse loan, and your loan totals way more than the appraised value, the only thing you have to pay is up to the agreed amount of the reverse loan. None of that accrual will count against you once you get to zero. So if I go to buy your home, I pay the price you're asking, and the money is divvied up, and it will never go against the buyer. I'll still pay exactly what the house is worth under contract. They can't make me pay more than the house is worth. Now, what they might want to do, instead of letting you sell it, they may say to you, Kevin, you don't have enough money to pay off the loan, and they may ask you to assign it back to them so they can put it up for auction, and then they will take whatever they can get. But it will never impede you from selling that house, because the buyer will never have to pay more than the agreed upon amount originally.
One more?
Go ahead, sir.
Okay. Being that I don't know these things too well, do you know of any, or how to find any legitimate Christian lenders?
Okay, that's a good question. And I know that there are many sites that have sponsors who claim to be Christian or faith-based, but I don't know how to check that part out. By the way, that's a very good question. And my wife used to have a show, and she did something called Believers in Business, which really worked out well. But it gets weird. It really gets weird, because when you start screening people, I don't know how you do it. I don't think there is probably even a legal way to do that in screening. I'm not sure about that. But if I personally know, I know John Clace is a Christian, if that matters to you. And like I said, I'm not sure you're going to see him on the 16th Street Mall thumping Bibles, but I do know he is the whole family. I know them very well. The whole family, Matt and the one brother that was deceased, the dad that was deceased, the mom, they're Christian, Tom. Absolutely. And again, I'm not saying this to people to say only use them or, don't use them or do. I want to make that very clear. Kevin asked a straight out question.
I want to give a different side to what you're saying. I would use them on a reverse mortgage because you're going to get the best possible deal.
And tell them why, Mark.
Well, they're the direct lender, man. They do $2 billion. CMG Financial does $2 billion to $3 billion a month in lending. Other people go to them to get the loans done. They're going direct. You're cutting out the middleman.
They're underwriters, and John works directly for the underwriter. And Mark, how many damn years has it been so far? My God, they've been on our list for a long time.
Forever. I mean, literally 20 plus.
And, and I know Matt, I know the whole family. Kevin, you won't go wrong with John. Have you tried calling him? Kevin?
No.
Okay.
Kelly will give you his number.
Do you have it now, Mark? Can you give it out now?
Well, you can go to partnerinlending.com. I'll pull the number up. Hold on.
That's easy. No, do that one. Partnerinlending.com.
And he'll be honest with you, too. Look, man, here's the other cool part about it. It's not like Fonzie pushing this stuff on TV during a Nick at Night, during the Honeymooners episode. If the loan's not right for you, he's got every option in the world as well.
Right. So, anyway, thanks for the call, Kevin. Christy, we'll take your call. A follow-up from 7 months ago coming right up on the Troubleshooter Show. 303-713-TALK. Don't forget the extreme clean check and tune of your AC. Just $39 and free second opinions on any replacements. FixMyHome.com. Book now.
Nope.
And I'm going to do it again.
KHOW Denver, 630 KHOW, an iHeart radio station.
Are you talking to me?
Radio app for all your music, radio, and...
No, I don't. I want you happy. That's the only thing I care about, Tom, is I want you happy.
Okay, today I
This report is sponsored.
Just not at my expense.
Yeah, we got a stall on 6th Avenue causing delays. It's westbound at Perry. This is just before Sheridan. It's in the left lane, so it is backed up back into the I-25 interchange. Pretty solid through there. Yeah, we still
What do
have
you think,
construction
Book?
I-70
What do you think? Are you
eastbound
bored?
out
We don't have
towards
any fun
Colfax.
calls?
This is jamming around Tower as you head east.
They're
just a
right
little
up
bit
your
west
valley.
of the
Like, he's in real
E470
estate
interchange.
for me.
Penyard's running a little
How
heavy
many
coming
years
out
have
of the
you been in real
airport.
estate?
270 is a little heavy also out of Commerce City, and still seeing delays on Highway 85 northbound at Bromley Lane. That's getting into Brighton. It's been backed up for a couple of miles. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
What if I can guarantee the price of Bitcoin will be $1 million in 2030? Well, I can't, but I can guarantee you'll save a lot of money on blinds at my company, Blindster.com. Free samples, free shipping, and guaranteed to fit. Shop at Blindster.com today.
You know, you heard me hawking this, and there's a very good reason. When the heat comes, you're going to be sorry when you turn on the AC and it's not working, or it might be working, but your bills are outrageous. You can add lifespan and efficiency to your AC by getting rid of the #1 killer, dirt, grime, and debris. They will take care of that. And the filters and the deep clean and check and tune. They're going to go over all the seals. They're going to make sure it's charged up and ready to go. And you pay $39, unless, of course, you need a repair. You get a price up front. And listen to this. Free second opinions always for any major replacement. Go to fixmyhome.com. Book now. All right, we're talking about lending, and I like talking about the smart equity loan for that part of your equity that is sitting in your home that can be used to pay off high interest debt. Now, normally, I say your equity is pretty precious, but when it comes to high interest debt, that's nothing but a waste. And I urge you to go to my friends at American Financing for the Smart Equity Loan. Some of these loans can be gotten and approved with just a bank statement. Find out more. My counselors are standing by, and you can talk to them about anything. If you're looking for a smart equity loan, call them. The other thing is a complete refi sometimes if you need to pull out some cash for deferred maintenance or whatever. They'll take good care of you. 303-695-7000. 303-695-7000. AmericanFinancing.net.
Very kind. And
Okay.
Mr. Martino, 3.5 minutes if you need.
Sure.
Oh, my goodness, and I don't.
Maybe I'll just have
Okay.
queue it up.
I will. Bo has
I'm actually
question.
doing pretty well.
Of course.
Hey, and you sound
Bo
great.
has to.
You probably do better.
You know, I'd throw
This
you
is
under
my
the
job
bus in a
for 10
heartbeat. You sound
years.
great.
Bo has question for Brad O'Brien.
Yeah.
This who's goes. Just call you.
Yeah, that's right.
Suzanne.
I'm on the highest dose.
Eh.
And I have no neuropathy.
Of jackass.
You know, like I used to get? I think that was winter. I think something.
I haven't
about
seen the
Did you have
video
some numbness
yet.
and
I
tingling?
like to cue stuff up. I don't like to just interrupt. Okay.
Yeah, and now it's being dripped.
I may have
So
another question.
this is on all night. All night I had it on, and of course all day today. Now tomorrow, all day
On-
for the show.
on YouTube?
Then after the show, I'll have it removed.
I'm not gonna
then
ask
I
if it had-
go a whole 10 days without it.
Oh.
Then I go back.
I'm not going to do
And I got to do that about.
Did we get another
6
Eric
times.
email? Oh my God.
If we
And
have
then
if they lose the air
radiation.
conditioning.
Now radiation is going to be a chore. Radiation is going to be every
Oh,
single
please
day,
don't.
Monday through Friday.
I don't want to get
For
called
3
into
minutes.
court. Basically, it's
Oh,
not required, but if you start
I got to
with
go
it,
to.
then you have to keep it up.
What did they?
Right
28.
at the
Oh no,
beginning.
wait. How many weeks?
So, you gotta get it fixed.
So then, let's say
I need 28 treatments.
Never had it. You don't have to provide it.
But should I put that at least just house does not have air conditioning?
For
Well, I don't
For
know.
the
thing I don't know about is
dissectable
whatever is
cancer.
in the legislature now, or just got passed. I have not heard about it.
Okay.
So it just changed.
Look, like I said, I chose this
I
team.
had someone bitch moving out that year,
so-
hey, you don't have
I mean, they just passed
Drove it into my
400.
head, said, look,
Someone signed 400
got
bills.
you.
in law,
You're
so
done
I
right
I don't hear stuff
Right.
until weeks or months later. You know?
That's where I need to get out.
he said there's very stubborn cells that have one little cell. But then he
wife
said,
was an attorney. She didn't
then you
handle
just keep getting
stuff.
screamed. And
Oh my
screaming
God.
is
Yes,
getting
little
better.
old me.
Better.
Okay, I
I
gotta
just
see
wish
this.
they had a fucking blood test that could really.
Yeah.
I can't get
They're
whipped up
working on it. They're close, you know.
Passed, it's all
I think
passed.
Kimberly offers it.
And then
The grant.
I understand, Brad.
Then the bar association lets us know within weeks or months.
Okay.
My appetite's been pretty damn good.
Yeah, it's not. Keep stuffing in the face.
They
I
changed
think
it so freaking
chemo
fast.
after the surgery
You know, 30 years
has a
ago,
whole
they
different
changed all
connotation to me than
Yeah. Right.
chemo
Yep.
before. That
That's why I
chemo
go
before.
do management.
Before I had that
Moving target.
angst. What's going to happen? When am I going to have the surgery? Will the chemo
Huh.
work? And now it's
Yeah,
done.
Mark, it looks like it just could not get air.
That's exactly
like,
right.
Just couldn't get lift.
Constantly on the lookout for that tumor getting bigger. It's out of
Yeah, okay. Why couldn't he have landed?
It looked like he stalled. It
I'm
looked
wondering
like
why they
he
didn't offer
stalled.
me
But
that
why
tumor.
couldn't he have landed? Like, if he's that low to the ground, the wheels look like they were still down.
Doctor gave me my tonsils in a jar. No, it was in alcohol or whatever, formaldehyde. And you got to take it home if you wanted your tonsils. You don't remember that.
Let me tell you what
You're
I'd do
older
if
than
I
me.
were a pilot.
Oh, you never had them out.
Mrs. Major.
Did you have your tonsils out?
Captain Major, so to speak. Yes,
I thought everybody
Dang
had
it.
them.
Bo.
What are they used for? What do they do? Yeah, so then...
Chopper, stop talking about candy bars.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Christy had an issue, and I think she contacted us 7 months ago, so I'm going searching. Christy, you're calling with a follow-up. First, may I ask, who did you work with on our team?
I think we worked directly with you guys, and then my daughter was emailing somebody. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Let me
I can hear you.
take myself off speaker.
And what was it? No, I can hear you.
Okay, so you talked to me when... Okay. You talked with me and Michaela about Atlas Real Estate and how they were trying to illegally evict me, and you were like, they just don't like you. And so I really got to thinking about what you said, and I was like, well, I didn't do anything. So I started looking through their social media pages, and I found something very interesting. You are a goat, Mr. Martino. You are the goat.
Well, we try to
You're
help.
right. They don't like me, and now I know why.
I want to ask you to begin
we have an
with,
eviction
what was
tomorrow.
the original problem you called about was you were being evicted, right?
Oh, say what, Rhino? Say what, Rhino? Remember, you didn't know what Rhino was. It was the
right. It was the
utility
pit.
insurance thing.
Right.
So he was demanding. Yeah, he was demanding a second deposit without prorating the money we paid into Rhino. And you were like, not sure if he can do that. You told me to stay put, so I did. And you were right. He couldn't kick me out. He's refusing to go to court. He won't go through with the eviction. He made an excuse saying, "Oh, the owner doesn't want to do that to you."
But that's good for you.
Then
If
he
he's
tried to trick me into signing a
refusing
new
to go to court and evict you, then you get to stay there.
No. He still is harassing me every day to get out.
Oh my goodness! But he won't do it legally because he
For a
knows he
year
doesn't
now.
have a leg to stand on.
No. So there was 3 more subpoena servicers to come. They let me know that they weren't sheriffs or anything like that. They were just, servers. People who handle your paperwork.
Do you remember?
We got
When
one
you
in
called
March.
in? Do you remember the date you called my show? I can't find your call.
No, Michaela would probably be able to look through her emails. Michaela.
Yeah.
Do you remember exactly what month ago it was that we talked to Mr. Martino?
Yeah. It
So
would
look
help.
in your email. He needs to know he's looking for our
Just
notes.
roughly.
Michaela King and Christy Hicks. Yeah, so I figured out why they don't like me. Would you like to know?
Yes.
Well, we're waiting for Michaela.
Yeah.
So my last real estate company, they promised that they're the greatest thing since sliced bread. My cabinet fell off in my last house, so I put it on their website, their Facebook page, like, there's a whole other side to this company. Look at my cabinet hanging off.
Gotcha.
The fire department had to come and set it free because it was a microwave cord that was hanging out the wall. The cabinet, the microwave, everything was just hanging down because the wire was holding it, and my $700 KitchenMaid blender for culinary school was holding it. It didn't fall. I was scared if it
Well, where does
fell,
it stand
that
right
it was
now?
gonna
Let me
blow
just
up
ask you
because
some
the phone
questions.
was right there.
Where does your situation stand right now? Is your apartment acceptable?
I'm supposed to get out tomorrow.
Now wait a minute. But you just told me he's not doing an eviction. So what do you mean you're supposed to be out? Help me out here.
Okay, so there was stipulations. If I signed another lease, they would let me stay and just take what I had on file, the deposit I had on file. Because, I had been paying monthly $100 a month.
Did you sign a lease agreeing to be out tomorrow?
No. And I wouldn't renew the lease because I knew. Hold on.
When did your lease
expire?
When did your lease expire?
My lease expired after November 2023. And that's when I called and said, do we need to keep playing the Rhino insurance?
Do you mean November 2023?
Because yes, we moved in here 2022, November 5th, my birthday.
Got it.
On my birthday, 2023, I said, do we have to keep paying Rhino? Remember I told you, he said, don't worry about it. We're trying to get a rent increase from Section 8, and then we'll take it from there. And I was like, well, the Rhino thing doesn't seem like it's going to wait for you to take it from there. So I need to keep paying it. He said, don't worry about anything right now. We need to get the rent increase.
I need some very basic questions right now, Christy. Christy, right now, can you help me? I just need very basic answers. We'll delve into it deeper. But right now, your lease was up November 2023, correct?
Okay.
You did not renew it. Okay, got that.
Yes.
And did you go then month to month?
The landlord didn't come along until a year later.
Listen, I don't want to hear any. I just need quick answers. When you did not renew, did you go month to month?
For 12 whole months plus, yes.
And then after that 12 whole months plus, what happened?
Alec came along and decided that when I wanted my refrigerator fixed, that I didn't have a deposit on file. And I knew that I did, so I said, take me to court. He sent the man that day to fix the fridge, and it's still not fixed. It's freezing my stuff, or it's rotting my stuff.
All right. So right now, you're on a month-to-month lease. Has your rent been raised over the last 2 years?
Yes.
What are you paying a month right now?
He raised it.
What are you paying right now?
Section 8 pays the full $27.81, but then he has the deposit in my ledger of $2,500 as if I never paid it at all. But then he was charging me
Christy,
$100
what is your rent on a normal basis out of pocket every month? I'm not asking for anything else. If you go by your agreement, what is the monthly rent you must pay your part?
$0.
Okay, hold on, and we'll come right back to you. Hang on. 303-713-8255.
Yep.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is
Does anyone
sponsored
have any
by
idea where this original call is, or maybe it doesn't
we got a
matter?
stall on 6th Avenue causing delays. It's westbound at Terry. This is just before Sheridan. It's in the left lane, so it is backed up back into the I-25 interchange. Pretty solid through there.
I can't find Christy,
towards Colfax. This is
Christian.
jamming around Tower.
It's so important that we get the exact name.
470 interchange. Penyard's running a little heavy coming out of the airport. 270 is a little heavy also out of Commerce City, and still seeing.
So I only have American financing. Is that correct?
It's been backed up.
And zero res. What did I type?
This is 11:45. No, it's my fault. You got it.
Check out Blindster.com, where we offer.
What the hell's Kelly looking at? God damn it.
Guaranteed low prices with a team of pros ready to help you every step of the way. Blindster.com.
ZeroResDenver.com. That's the place you go to find out about Zero Res. And I like the name Zero Res because it says it all. Zero Res means zero residue. It's Zero Res, ZeroRez, ZeroResDenver.com. Why do I love these people? Because they use only softened, purified, alkaline-based water, which is the best cleaning agent in nature. It'll take out all the crap from previous cleanings, all the pathogens, the allergens. Your carpets will be left not only looking like new, but feeling like new. And you always get great deals with Zero Res. They also do hardwoods, laminates. They can do granite and tile. They can do upholstery, curtains, drapes, and mattresses. ZeroResDenver.com, 303-471-5150, 471-5150. Hey, Gravina's
did send a maid out.
Has the greatest windows. Gravina's. Am I on the air? Can somebody talk to me?
Yes, sir.
Am I on the air doing this commercial?
Oh, yes.
Why are people talking over me? No, I'm serious. Right now, are you waiting for me to do this commercial?
Yes.
Thank you. Gravina's has more than 50 lines of windows, siding, and doors. And what I love about Gravina's is that they have the heritage most companies just dream about. More than 65 years. You see, what happened was Larry took over for his dad, then went over on 950 West Evans, and now Nick is with Larry, and it's a family affair of quality products in every price range, and you will find one for you, whether a dream home, a fix and flip, or a rental. 303 Gravina, Gravina, 303 Gravina, or gravinas.com.
Thank you.
Can you explain to me how that
Tom.
clusterfuck happened?
I hit next event because I thought you were done, and then I potted you back up.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, look at that. Look at that video I just sent you, man. It is crazy.
On email, Mark?
Yeah, the link's on email to bring up YouTube. You got to watch it.
All right.
Explain to me how this is possible. It's the best angle for that crash.
Oh, my God, for that plane? Okay. Where was this plane?
Just look at this angle.
Air India.
Right? Yep. Air India.
Watch it.
Okay.
787.
He's stalling right,
right
there. His wing, he's stalling the plane. He's ascending too fast. Now he's trying to correct, and he's losing. He just stalled the plane. That's what he did.
He's on takeoff.
I know, and he stalled the plane.
Yeah, but Andy sent out a mayday. How did he? I mean, wouldn't you have to have catastrophic failure to stall it after it starts going?
I think he had some power issue and kept applying back pressure, or the autopilot did. And he came down
it's that
flat.
damn Dreamliner or the Max or whatever it is.
He came down flat in a stall. He didn't have enough altitude to recover.
I think that's the big 7. I think it's called a 7.
I mean, it really is pretty
obvious. What's so weird is it looks like it was fine.
Yeah, I know. And there's what happened. Right here, you're going to see the... I'll tell you when. Right there, you see the wing shutter, and the nose starts going up because he's attempting to go around. But he doesn't have enough power, so he starts descending. So instead of correcting
he lost,
level
like, both
and fast,
engines?
he tried to keep it going slow and flat, stalled it into the ground.
Mark, so to counteract an
he had no
aerodynamic
choice.
stall
I mean,
condition, you actually point the nose down to gain as much speed as possible.
Just the opposite of what you want.
Yeah, it's exactly the opposite of what you.
And the worst that it would have happened, if he would have pointed the nose down and came in, he would have gone fast, and they would have maybe crashed at the end of the runway, but it wouldn't have been as catastrophic.
No, he crashed into buildings.
Although 450 feet off the ground,
he never
not a lot of
recovered.
time to recover.
Hell no.
He killed 40 people, man, that were on the ground, it looks like.
Holy
that
shit.
plane did?
Yeah. He crashed into... There's like buildings right there, man.
That is a textbook stall
There's
right
one
there.
guy lives... so far, one guy.
Can you imagine being killed by a plane and you're not on it? Like,
do you say aerodynamic to differentiate from an engine?
Yeah, because
they call that.
Think your engine stop.
They call it. You're right. They do. And
so, just looking at that, do you think it's pilot error or something else?
Who knows at this point? I mean, it could have been.
I just don't understand why it looks like it's a normal takeoff. Then, like all of a sudden, zero power.
Mark, can you send me the link?
Yeah.
So it could have been the air was too hot. You know, the air density wasn't there. Takeoff angle was too steep. Insufficient speed. Wrong control inputs.
iHeartRadio app today.
Hi, Tom Martino. 303-713-TALK. 713-8255. Let's go back and let's get this taken care of.
Before we go back to Christy, I think I remember her original call. Christy, this is Deputy D. Did you call us last fall because one of your problems was that the fireplace wasn't working? Was that you?
No, sir. It was September. My daughter found it.
Oh, okay. Hey, Christy, something you said kind of in passing. You said that you were served some papers by process servers, but not deputies.
Yeah, we'll get to that.
Yeah, that sounds really important.
Yes,
Can you talk about
Yeah,
that? What were you struck with?
First time there was a
First,
fake
Christy,
deputy.
if you don't mind, I want to go back to my original line of questioning. Then we'll get to today. But it's really important that I know this. You were going month to month, and Section 8 was paying your complete rent, so the landlord was being paid every single month.
Like clockwork.
Okay. My next question, then why do they want someone out of there who is paying rent like clockwork every single month?
Because the Say What Rhino deposit had dissipated when they did not renew it, And after you talked to me, you wanted my daughter to find something that proved we paid Rhino. So we sent you screenshots of our correspondence with
So,
Atlas
Christy, you're
and
telling
Rhino.
me, and when you talk about Rhino, is that the name of the management company?
No, Rhino is an entity that is owned by Lemonade, Jetty, and Rent. They're all the
Is
same
Rhino the one that owns your apartment?
No, Atlas owns my apartment.
Okay. Now, are you telling me they want to get rid of you? The whole reason they want to get rid of you is over a dispute of the security deposit.
It's much more than that. Inhability issues, the stairs were off, like completely.
I think Deputy D is recalling your call properly because it's ringing bells with me too. You had multiple problems that you complained about, and I think when I told you they just don't like you, I meant it. They want to get rid of you. Now we have to figure out, are they doing it the right way? And we'll ask our attorney, Brad O'Brien, because there are new laws. Are you grandfathered in the old laws, or do the new laws take effect? We'll talk about that and more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. And that's Brad O'Brien with O'Brien Legal Services right after this.
Okay, let's see here.
So I think you're correct. She had a whole litany. I think she had a whole litany.
Just remember the fireplace thing. Yeah,
and
she had a ton of them.
Do you recall, though,
Suze?
do you recall, like...
Yo. Do you need a password to get the call screener up?
I don't remember the name. I just remember the call. But I
Hang on
think
a
the
second
reason
here.
she's moving out tomorrow has
Do you
nothing to
need
do
the
with
call
the original
screener
call.
up on
No,
your-
I was just curious in the future.
We need to find out what
Yeah,
she's
exactly.
doing.
That's right.
And what was she served with?
Exactly.
Well, come over here for a second so I can show
here's
you.
why I care. Because Brad's going to ask
Sometimes I
about
don't
the
like to
background.
ask.
Because if you revert month to month, there are different rights than if
So-
you're under a lease. And then how long were you leasing?
Oh, well-
has to do with what happens after the lease.
Okay, so let's say you're logged in. Does your Gmail look like this when you log in?
It went month to month. Rent is being paid. Now we go to why they're...
Okay, for Bo at Troubleshooter?
Because
You
the
can,
first thing
sure.
Brad would ask was, were you under a lease? How long were you there? You know, all of that
think I
bullshit.
Oh, well, let's do this, because, okay, do this. Write,
Many times
write your password to Bo at
advantageous,
Troubleshooter
right?
on there.
What is wrong today? That's one of my favorite questions. Why are you calling us today? But this woman said she had a history. Fuck it.
I think it was whatever you set up for,
She
it's
keeps
your
talking
same
about
one
Rhino
you use
wants
for
her
everything
deposit.
else.
She just doesn't
Okay.
make sense to me. I mean, what did you
You don't
get
remember what it is?
What did you get from it? I know.
Okay.
That's why I wanted to skip to the problem, because she's going to talk about her microwave fell off and her $600 KitchenAid.
No, that wasn't it.
Her fireplace did.
I'll try it, but I think it was whatever your... You have some password you use for everything, and I don't think that was it. I'll try it, though.
Absolutely right.
I just kind of gave up.
Right, like that? Like that?
Yeah.
Let me see.
That should work.
Okay, so you log in. It looks like you're going to log in, right?
Yeah.
So you're logged in. This is on the PC. Okay?
We gotta go to
So,
the family dead, so we can't forget.
yeah, see these dots up here?
I mean, didn't they take that money?
Says Google Apps. Right here to the right. Right here.
okay.
See those dots?
Yeah.
So you hit those dots. See Sheets? Now watch, Tom didn't share it with you, but I think he did.
Anybody? Do you know? Nope. Wait, I think.
Let's see. It's got to think. See, it's thinking. Call screener.
Or did I make him?
Does that make sense?
Or was that GoCat? No.
So if
Hey,
you log
Bo.
into your Gmail,
I need to talk to Bo.
and if you want to do a little video of this, you
He
can.
can't hear you.
He can't hear me?
So you log in. So here you are over here again.
No,
You're
he cannot
logged
hear
in.
you.
Okay,
This is what it would. You go to gmail.com if you're ever sitting there, right? And you can do it on your tablet too. Did you know that?
Yeah, I can bring it up on it's automatic.
Okay, because you're just logged in all the time. So here, but then you go to your dots and your sheet.
The dots, I didn't know that about the dots. What are the
Yeah.
fucking dots?
It's different Google apps. But if you go to Sheets,
Making a picture of the freaking dots.
yeah, and then call screener.
Okay. All right.
Okay? I don't think you can edit.
Is she talking to him?
You're
right. Isn't he's not? I thought he was in the studio.
No, his headset cannot hear you.
Oh, at all? Well, I need to ask him a question. Why can't his
Here,
headset
Bo.
hear? Because he's on some kind of crazy connection. Let me see.
Yeah, Tom.
This is Bo.
Hey, Bo, did I ask you to make a call on that one sleaze bucket there, the hail damage, Bobby?
I put a call into the family dent repair
Right.
at the top of the hour.
Yeah. Did anything
Yeah,
happen?
I called them. I called and left a message, and I'm going to call again at the top of the hour. I'm going to call again right now.
Good. Yeah, because
So they're
that's
not
a big
returning my-
that's a big deal, man. They forged a $5,800 check, and she says she has email of all of this. I want her to send to you. This is bad news, man.
I'll call again.
All right, thanks. Tell him that basically we have a call about civil theft we want to know about.
I did. I just asked for the return of her check because they didn't do any work.
Or any
Okay, YouTubies, I'm trying to put that link up for you.
Yeah, I'll make another call.
Thanks, man. Thank you. So what else? Do you remember? You don't remember any names for Christy, right? No. There's so many different ways to spell Christy that way. So let's see.
Sure, because yeah, we got your call. We're going to be putting that check right in the mail to her.
Have you tried Michaela?
Oh, is there a Michaela involved?
That's wishful thinking.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, good call, Michaela.
It was Michaela?
Well, it could have been because.
Okay, how would you spell that?
Like Michael with an A at the end.
A-E-L-A?
I
have zero Michaela. I might have spelled it weird is what I'm thinking. You know what I mean?
Is that okay with that picture?
Well, at
maybe
least
I need
the
to come
file
up with a
system's
better
working.
system than first names.
It's right up there.
I was looking
mean,
at your computer.
it works sometimes because if I get the name, the first name, it narrows it down to at least a small subgroup. Because if you give somebody a number, they'll never remember the number. First names are easy. I want to know if there's a better database. This one is pretty freaking good, but I need to know a way of clearing out years so I can just have a cleaner search. So I have or maybe every 2 years. Right now it's going clear back, man. It's just ridiculous. Well, I was able to close out up until 2022. And sure as shit, man, stuff still comes in where people are complaining, and I go back and find that company and say, yeah, those.
Mark's the only person I know that's survived a plane crash.
Oh, you mean the gear up?
That's not a crash.
Yeah, when his dad left the gear up.
I remember. I mean, I don't remember that, but I remember knowing about it.
The story, yeah.
It was just a quick landing, that's all.
Quick
That's a
stop.
plane crash.
That was a quick stop.
You left the gear up on landing?
Yeah,
What
it was
you're
a different
supposed to do?
plane. It was a new plane that he had.
Not on landing.
And the signaling for the gear being down wasn't the same as the last.
Oh.
Pretty crazy.
That stall warning
I don't
horn
follow
came on
the
at
stall
60. Plenty of time to recover. Or 65 even. No, actually, it would have come even more than that. That stall warning would have come on way high.
I went over to one downtown.
On which plane?
Full Section 8.
Bonanza.
I felt bad for the guy. He could've
The stall warning horn
Gonna gimped out.
is really not
No,
for
it
a gear
wasn't
up.
that
It's not a
bad.
gear up alarm. The gear up
could-
alarm is
I
different
don't
from a
know
stall
what his
warning. You expect to hear a stall warning on landing, right?
But
Yeah.
his
So
little
then,
bitch was,
what I
opened
think
new
happens is
units
the
next
stall
door,
warning is
and
one
the new
sound, the
units
gear
had a
up
new
is
pool.
another one.
So he
And I
wanted to
think
move
that they
out of the
confuse
one
it,
he
thinking,
was
"Oh,
in
that's my."
to go to a different unit that's closer to the new pool.
Was the stall?
Bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooters is gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. Okay, we're talking about a lot of things going on here, and man, we have a lot of big cases and 2 big nominations to the Sleaze Brigade. Plus, we have Christy in the middle of this lease situation, which I want to get to. Then we have Brad O'Brien with us, O'Brien Legal Services, and I'm hoping he's listening to this lease thing because I know we're going to want some background. Basically, she's been leasing there a long time. Section 8 pays her rent month to month. And I need to ask you, Christy, without a long drawn-out story, but at least some basic facts. Why?
Sorry.
No, it's okay. Why do they want to get rid of you? What's the main reason?
I know too much.
Okay, so basically you're a troublemaker.
I'm sorry. I got to jump in at some point. That just sounds ridiculous.
It does
you know
sound
too
ridiculous,
much.
Mark.
About what?
And it is.
Christy,
we found a bloody purse in the stairs when they took it off. And I told Alec, and then
I
suddenly
think she's a troublemaker.
the deposit
I
was
just
an
think they
issue.
don't want her there. I think they want to get
No,
rid of you.
I'm really not. I don't like trouble.
Well, I'm not saying you are. I'm
I
saying
have
they
pictures of how
they
my
are
cabinets fell
thinking
off.
I'm going right back to my original comments. They don't like you. Now, I want to ask Brad O'Brien.
like-
Seriously, I have a serious
they're
question.
not-
You said you were being served today or tomorrow or yesterday. What papers are you being served?
I got served by a subpoena guy. He
When?
didn't make me sign anything. He just wanted acknowledgement that it was me.
You don't have to sign anything.
And
when
he
were
gave
you
it to me,
served?
and it said that
When were you
What
served?
were the papers?
Let's say-
March.
You were served in March.
And it says non-renewal because I was harassing them and I refused to pay my deposit.
So Christy,
I could send it to you.
Christy, now I'm understanding what this deposit's about. They say you never paid it. You said you did. You're thinking the previous company kept it. But the big question to me is this. You were served, and the reason they're giving you is that the reason they're giving you for non-renewal is what?
That I was harassing them at the office and I refused to pay my deposit.
Well, okay, Brad, am I correct? I mean, if she gets served with eviction papers, eventually she can go in front of the judge and argue her case. If she's right, well, she won't get evicted.
Mark,
I mean,
this was in
is that
March.
pretty much how evictions
Now remember,
work?
she was served.
That's right.
She was already served in March, and we're looking in June. So that's a good point.
No,
When was her
I've been being
appearance,
served.
Christy?
It wasn't a court complaint. It was a notice of non-renewal.
Okay, what does that mean, Brad?
That was
That is only to terminate the tenancy, and then if she by a certain date. And if she hasn't moved out by that date, then the landlord can start an eviction complaint in court.
Okay, so first comes the notice of non-renewal, and how long does that usually give the tenant?
And then I'm curious on this, Brad.
Well, can he answer that one
notice
question
of
first?
non-renewal? I thought in Colorado now, unless if they're like selling it or doing something along those lines, you couldn't even get rid of people.
Interrupt my questions. I mean, I need to know the basic. What is the basic law on serving? And then go to Mark's question. How long how much notice must they give you for non-renewal?
He's looking.
Okay. And I think a lot of that's going to have to do with her tenancy, how long she was there, and the conditions, I think. But here's the basic question. Did they serve her
What's the maximum period?
For non-renewal in the right amount of time. I'm suggesting they did because a big management company pretty much knows the law and they're not going to screw around with the wrong date. So if you were notified of non-renewal, when did they say in that letter your lease was up?
Juneteenth.
June 15th?
On the nose. He likes holidays. Yeah, he likes the holidays.
Well, I don't listen. Christy, if you could just give me straight answers without the editorial, it would be great. What is the date they gave you for non-renewal?
Hold on, let me look at that document because she just.
Yeah, I need to know the date they said they're non-renewing. When is your lease up that they're not renewing?
So, Tom, anyway, it's a 90-day notice of non-renewal.
Okay, thank you. It's a 90-day notice.
Good enough reason.
So if she was in March, April, May, June. Okay, this is the 90 days, probably coming up on the 15th. What does the date say, Christy?
I'm kidding you, sir. Just one second.
But it's also 90 days before the end. If she's month to month and the lease runs from the first of the month to the end of the month, then it has to be 90 days before the end of the target month. So if they served her any time in March, then the last day at the earliest could be the last day of June.
Would that notice, if there is a good reason that allows them to give her that notice, and make it valid, would that be in the notice itself?
Yes. If they have a good notice, a good reason for non-renewing somebody who's been a tenant continuously for more than a year, and that would include things like they want to sell the property, but probably not since this is one unit in a big apartment building, or they want to convert it to a different use, like from long-term to short-term rental.
How about if they wanted to get rid of or quit accepting Section 8?
Well, I don't know. That's not a good. They can't do that. But also, if this is a larger building, then they can move her to a different unit, and they have an obligation to do that.
Okay, what was she going to say?
Oh, can I speak?
Yeah.
Oh my God, you just answered my question, sir. Oh my God, could you repeat yourself real quick? You just said.
Yeah, if they're going to non-renew you, then they have to offer you another unit in the same building that's the same size.
I'm going to sue both companies. Oh my God.
Christy, can you read the notice so we know what you're giggling?
It was the March 3rd of 2025 is when he signed this document. And it says notice of terminate tenancy for sustainable violation. And my violation is that I was harassing them about the deposit, trying to talk to another superior of his because it's him doing what he wants to do, that he's not the boss. You know what I mean? So I asked to talk to other people within the company.
Does anyone know what she's talking about?
He didn't call it a harassment until...
Does anyone actually know...
I sent him a document of harassing me.
Yeah. So she was... Her tenancy was non-renewed for a different reason, which is a substantial violation. And that means if a tenant has been violent or committed a crime or was a nuisance to another tenant or a neighbor, that would be grounds to terminate her tenancy on a 3-day notice. That is different than this just cause
okay, got it. So she's under the just cause one, right?
No. Well, it sounded like she might be under both, but what she just said is that they cited a substantial violation. That's the code word for the statute having to do with violence and drug offenses and felonies, that sort of thing, and nuisance as well.
None of that.
When do they say you have to be out, Christy? When do you have to be out according to the notice?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow
at midnight.
So I think what they did, is it possible, Brad, that they originally served her the 90 days and changed it to the 3-day?
It is possible, and they can also have competing notices that are different reasons going on at the same time. You don't have to withdraw one type of a notice to give a different type of notice.
Hey, Brad, on the substantial, do they have to have some form of proof for that? I mean, how about if you just had a bad landlord that just wants to make something up? Do they have to point to a police report? Do they have to point to anything?
Yes, Well, for the violence one, there has to be a police report or a civil protection order or an emergency protection order as proof of what she did, what she allegedly did.
So, how about on the nuisance?
So, Christy, let's assume that they're filing correctly. Brad, you said something about they need to offer her a unit in the same place.
That is the just cause non-renewal statute. If they want to sell it or convert it, and that's the one that requires 90 days, but they have to give her a comparable unit if it's available. Now, that has nothing to do with this other statute about substantial violation.
So we don't know which one they're operating under right now. Substantial violation.
Well, like Brad said, it could very well be both.
We should get a copy of that.
There's so many violations.
Christy, can you give us a copy? That's a great copy of that letter.
They're probably going to have the sheriff there tomorrow. I mean, you need to line up a place for your stuff.
Yeah, but then, Brad, let me get this straight. Don't they, after that 3 days notice, then they have to go through a legal eviction? Isn't that right, Brad?
Yeah. Any of these notices will state a move-out deadline.
I get it.
That's what's tomorrow.
Then comes the eviction.
If she has not moved out, court case, yes.
Yeah, then she gets her day in court.
Right.
I've been asking for my day in court for a whole year.
Well, you're going to have one real soon.
Well, Christy, I just know this. Christy, why do you want to live there? Christy, why do you want to live there?
I absolutely don't. But if you understand, my daughter had 52 internships, and she was at Montbello High School doing great. I was not going to move her unless she moved last July.
No, I got you.
And I asked them about all that,
right.
you know, with Rhino and all that stuff, you know, going forward, because I didn't need to be stabilized.
No, I know.
Stabilized.
Okay,
and so
I get it.
I told them I'm not leaving here.
Christy, you told me in the first 20 words, we don't need 6,000. I got you. You didn't want to move. You had stability for your daughter. It all makes very good sense to me. I understand. Hold on. We're going to wait until we get a copy of this letter. We need to see it. It's very, very complicated. But Christy, I have a feeling what Mark said earlier is going to rule, and that is you wait for your day in court. You show up and you tell the judge what you think. I don't know what you're going to tell the judge. I don't know what gets you out of it. They have to prove a substantial violation of the lease conditions. Now, Brad O'Brien, this is happening more and more frequently, isn't it? Where, you know, landlords are coming up with, I mean, they have to be creative. I don't know another word for it, Brad. They have to be creative to get rid of a tenant nowadays.
Right. Landlords can no longer non-renew somebody who's been there for a year if they simply don't like them, if they're a problem tenant in their view.
Okay, it can't be, you can't evict for pain in the ass syndrome. You only can evict for legal reasons. By the way, if you're a landlord, that's why we have Brad on. If you have questions, give us a call. When he's not here, he's at 720-370-7388.
Facing a job loss? Considering a pension buyout, a severance package, or what to do with your 401k? Hi, I'm Linda Gardner, host of Your Money, Your Retirement, and I can help. 720-488-8604. That's 720-488-8604.
You know, QCcolorado.com is one of the smartest purchases I ever made. You see, I have a 3-story here with a walkout basement, right? And that is a wonderful thing to have in the upper floor ceiling. You can turn it on and air out your house in just a few minutes. Stabilize the temperatures. So sometimes you don't need air at all because the cooler air blends with the hotter air and expels the hottest air. But at other times, you may use it as a companion to your AC or in place of your AC in the evenings for cool, comfortable nights. QCcolorado.com, 303-800-3419, 303-800-3419. Hey, while we're talking about our homes, keeping them cool, keeping them comfortable, let's talk about beautiful products that increase efficiency and add beauty to your home. And we are talking about Gravina's window siding and doors. Gravina's has 50 lines they deal with. You're sure to find one for you. Beware of these companies that only have one line of windows or doors. You want variety. You want stuff that can help you. And what you want is Gravina's with their selection and their they've been here for so long. You want that heritage. Gravina's. So here's what you call. It's very easy to remember. 303 Gravina.
Some good stuff right there, man.
Coughing or?
Why, is he snipping now, too?
Do you want something to drink? Cold?
Maybe you're...
I got iced tea or something.
What? Is he snipping now, too?
We got to order food. I just realized it's lunchtime.
Sure.
I wonder how public nuisance would work, because it says carries a potential prison sentence of 180 days. Well, there's a lot of things that can carry a potential prison sentence. I guess that would be considered.
Well, no. First of all, it's a criminal act that it does two things: has a 180-day jail potential, and number two, has been.
I was wondering why Dragon went to
not
Japan.
Just any old public
now
nuisance.
Working the whole show with you guys, I know why.
So, a criminal act.
He's not coming back.
Not a public nuisance.
I wouldn't
if
either.
you cheated on your taxes.
Sayonara,
mother. That's not a public nuisance. That's just.
Could I get that in Japanese, please?
Never coming back long time.
Help. H-E-L-P.
Who's not coming back?
It's a joke.
Oh, okay. Keep going, Brett. I thought you were saying...
Yeah, not every crime that has a 180-day jail potential is a public nuisance.
Got it.
Like
a DUI.
Like making
that
a false...
could be a public nuisance.
Well, that would be... Yeah, that could be. But making a false police report, that's not a public nuisance. It's still a crime.
I see what you're saying.
But it's not... It's
got to affect other people around.
Yeah, right.
Or have the potential.
Yeah. But...
Yeah,
it sounds like what they're hanging their head on is the one that says that she endangered other persons or property.
She must have threatened somebody.
So mere nuisance and talking back to the manager doesn't qualify. Now, if there is a lease provision, a no nuisance provision in the lease, then they could argue that there is a lease violation. But that's hard to prove, and a lot of judges are not going to grant that unless they have overwhelming evidence. She's emailing this notice to somebody?
Oh, let me ask her.
What's that?
Yeah,
a lot.
Hey, can you send that? Can you take a picture of that notice and send it over to us so Brad can look at it? Yeah. Can you do that, though? Can you send them to us right now? It help, H-E-L-P, at troubleshooter.com.
So we have caught up
send
with
them
a
right
real
now
sleaze
to help at Troubleshooter. The attorney wants to look at them. The notice and then I guess the other screenshot.
Okay.
But definitely the notice. We need to look at the notice,
Thank
okay?
you again, brother. Hey, what should we order? Oh, why
Okay,
do you
look.
keep saying that?
Well,
come on.
Did you send them today or no? Okay.
I want you to let me, but I want you to let me.
Hold on, I'll be right back. Suzanne, check help and see if she just sent the notice. And send them to...
Yeah, it's there.
Send it to me and Brad. You want them to your regular email, Brad?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think she's sending it already. I sent for you, Kelly. There it is. Should be... Make sure she had Brad's email right. I don't want to say it out loud. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's Dr. Joel Sherdak. Sarah Spain, did you want to go on air and ask?
I got to request access. We had to request access to that Google Drive, so you got to grant us access so we can see it.
I have it. I have it.
You do?
Yeah. Hang on. I just have to...
Oh, wait, maybe this is it.
If you hit the PDF, it comes right up, but that's in help.
Can you just attach it as a PDF?
Yeah, I'm going to do that for you. I don't want to do it on this PC. I'm going to do it on mine. Let's see here.
Yeah, mine does it. Mine just brings
Okay, okay, download. Okay, and then
Kelly?
Yes.
Kelly, I got your email, but Google Drive.
Yeah, you need your access. Hey, Tom Martino. Welcome. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So an update on that Christie thing. We're just waiting for, we're really waiting for a copy of that notice. It's so confusing. Deputy Bo, you have a question for Brad O'Brien, our esteemed real estate attorney at olslaw.com. And when he's not here, he's at 720-370-7388. But we have him gracing our studios today. What is your question for him?
Yes, I'm glad Brad's in because I've been wanting to ask this question for months. So with the increase of property taxes on my rentals, my taxes have doubled in the last 10 years. So my question for Brad is, can I incorporate into my lease a provision if the taxes increase like 3 or 4%, can I pass that on in the form of rent to my tenants?
Yes, you can. A landlord can set the rent as the amount for the base tenancy plus the amounts to recover, utilities and real estate taxes and insurance. Basically, the landlord's overhead. That can all be included in rent. Now, rent can only be increased in Colorado by statute only once in any 12-month period and only upon 60 days prior notice.
So you have to give 60 days notice, and it has to be only once a year.
That's right. So, but you can put in, if you have a written lease with your tenant, you can put in there that rent will automatically go up without further notice whenever the real estate taxes go up, and that's at most once a year.
Almost like a CAM charge.
Yeah, you can build that into your lease, and it's not going to be more than once per year because taxes don't go up more than once per year.
But if it was more than once a year, does that clause protect you or not?
If a landlord includes the real estate taxes amount that the landlord is going to pay for real estate to pay the tax bill in the rent, then that is subject to the limitation of only being increased once per year.
Got it.
Now, a landlord could also have the tenant pay utilities and real estate taxes separately. That's not a very good idea because if the tenant doesn't pay the real estate tax bill, then you're late on the real estate tax.
Got it.
Oh, I would never allow a tenant to pay the taxes or the water.
But you see that in commercial real estate where the tenant pays the real estate taxes, not really in residential at all.
Right, like a triple net lease situation. Okay.
Yeah. So if you're in a residential lease and you're paying all your own stuff, Bo, you just have to basically keep track of your expenses and increase once a year. Now, is there a limit to how much you can increase, Brad? Because I can see where a landlord could be punitive there to try to get rid of somebody without an eviction.
Well, Colorado does not have rent caps, like specific dollar amounts that a landlord can go up by. But there is a limitation, which is a landlord cannot sort of backdoor evict somebody by increasing their rent by a punitive amount that has no bearing to the market value. They can't increase their rent by $10,000 just to get a tenant out of there when the landlord has no right to get them out.
Now, I understand the laws go by, what's prudent or what's, I don't know, in other words, when would I know if they're being punitive? I guess that's what I'm asking in a pure sense. When would I know that? When would I know I have a right to protest this rent increase?
Well, if this is that issue, then ultimately it will get in front of a judge, and the parties will have to prove what the market value is by competent testimony. If real estate brokers can tell you what the market values for rent are in the area, that sort of thing.
And by the way, one of the words I was looking for is conscionability, which the law loves to talk about, what's unconscionable. And it's my understanding, Brad, that no matter what is written, you cannot enforce something that is unconscionable, meaning outrageous.
Yes, that's basic contract law, that unconscionable contracts may not be enforceable.
Yeah, like by signing this, I get your firstborn.
Yeah.
And they sign it and agree to it. It doesn't mean you can hold them to it.
Yeah, there's lots of different ways that you can be unconscionable.
Yeah.
Disparate bargaining power, where one side takes advantage of the other side in the negotiation. take that sort of thing.
Okay. Thank you very much. That's all. That's Brad. Do you have a follow-up quickly? Because I want to go to the phones.
Okay, just real quick. Does Denver family dent repair? Tom, I've called 3 times, and I even called on the backdoor number. I talked to Suzanne for
These guys are
a little
scumbags.
bit about. They are scumbags, and apparently Allstate Insurance Company has been trying to contact them for the reimbursement of this $5,600.
Bo
So they're just not
Bo did some
responding.
research. Bo did some research on him too. Family dent repair. What did you find? I mean, not you.
I just found that
Dimitri.
they're-
What did you? I'm sorry, Dimitri. What did you find?
Oh, I'm sorry, Tom. I thought you were asking me about Christie's. I've been reading Christie's eviction notice.
Oh,
And
okay.
so-
Well, hold on. We'll get to that too.
Yeah.
But on the Sleaze Brigade we're putting them on the Sleaze Brigade. Denver. What is the number for Denver? What do they call it? Denver Family.
Yeah, it's Denver Family Dent Repair. Their phone number is 970-893-6461. They're in Fort Collins, and I don't understand why they use the word Denver. But
Well,
they're a
it's okay.
scumbag. They're not going to pay it. They're not going to pay this Suzanne back or the insurance company.
No, I
can
mean
just
that's your
feel it.
opinion, and it's a
Well, that's my
well-founded
opinion.
And did you find
It's my
any past
opinion.
problems they've had too with other people?
I haven't checked the reviews, but Suzanne is starting to file a small claims court action with them next.
Now,
next
our
week
Suze,
because
I want to search for pics. I want to find some pics on Denver Family Dent Repair, and also like that Bobby Ward. Were you asking for that Bobby Ward?
yes, I called several times and asked for her, and their address
it's
is on
a her.
13.
Okay, it's a her. Got it.
Yes.
So, man, we got a
We
problem.
need to get that Eric Brown up on Sleaze Brigade too.
Oh my God! Explain that, Mark.
Well, the Go Cat Speed guy, man. I mean, geez, he took $7,500 from the caller, Will, over 7 years ago, and won't give him a refund. Is promised numerous times in text. I've looked at it myself. Text from Eric to Will saying, "I'll have it done in January. I'll have it done in March. I'll have it done next week." For 7 years.
Now listen to this
At
one.
what point? It's crazy.
Right. Deputy Bo looked at him. Bo, you have found more things than Deputy D, I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Deputy D, you found a ton.
Yeah, just a quick search on Trellis revealed a couple of actions against Go. What is it called?
The actual name is GoCat.
GoCat and
Go
Eric.
Cat Speed.
That's it. So there was a case filed in Arapahoe County last year, and I believe Suzanne is trying to download that. She's working on it. That was a breach of contract action, as we had predicted. And then the other one that I discovered was somebody from California. There's a Mr. Piazza who sued him and out in California, got a judgment, approximately $37,000. And a few years ago, that appears to have been domesticated here in Jefferson County. So I haven't had a chance to take a look at that original lawsuit by Anthony Piazza against GoCat, but I will see if it's another breach of contract.
We found a lot of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
We've also found a lot of stuff on Facebook. We reached out to a group of like 30 or 40,000 people that collect or rebuild these cars.
Good idea, Mark.
So that are in the industry. No, but it's amazing how many people have heard of this guy and how many people have big problems with him. So we're looking forward to all those people reaching out. But we got to warn people on Sleaze
Oh,
Brigade.
no. This guy,
I mean,
what I want to know is how the hell has he been in business all this time? I mean,
well,
really?
he says it in one of his emails. He says it in one of his own texts. Stealing from Peter to pay Paul. I mean, that's his own words, his own text.
The thing
It's
about
crazy.
this, the thing about this that drives me insane is how this guy is threatening us because he says we're ruining his reputation.
What reputation?
Well, now he says, we're the final nail in his coffin, and now he's going. The guy's, I would assume, and it's my opinion, he probably has some mental issues.
I mean, he's got some serious issues. So thank you very much. Now, I got to take a break, but we have more coming up. Still questions on eviction. We have a question about, this will be fun, collecting money from 1969. By the way, Not necessarily impossible. And then Henry wants to talk about neuropathy. We got all of this and more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show, 303-713-8255.
This is Denver's talk station with Michael Brown in the morning and Dan Kaplis in the afternoon. 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Rapid Radios.
We're starting on the south end of town for the afternoon drive. I-25 northbound at Lincoln Avenue, exit 193. A crash in the right lane has stop-and-go traffic back from the West Oak Hill Lane overpass, in about 10 minutes of delays there. West of there, a crash on C-470 westbound after Yosemite. 2 left lanes blocked on this one, with slow driving back from I-25. Heading all the way to the north end of town, road work on US 85 northbound at West Bromley Lane. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
Stay connected when it matters most. Be prepared with Rapid Radio's walkie-talkies. With instant push-to-talk and LTE nationwide coverage, you can reach family and friends in any emergency. 100% private, no contracts, no hassle.
Stay safe. Order now at rapidradios.com.
Looking for an excellent company to do your excellent roof? I have an excellent suggestion. ExcelRoofing.com. That's EXCEL. All kidding aside, I know Jay Bretz from years and years and years ago. His son is taking over now, doing great job at Henry, and we are proud to endorse them. You know why? Zero risk to consumer ever in a high risk category of roofing where there's a bunch of scumbags out there. But Excel Roofing, they don't take a cent until you're content. And they put a project manager on your job from beginning to end, one point of contact. And they leave your property looking better than when they got there. 303-761-6400. Excel. They do repairs as well. ExcelRoofing.com.
That was awesome.
Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, Jack in the Box.
Okay, I can address her notice.
God.
Oh, okay, good. Chicken strips. Do you want fries with it? You're such a pain in the 5-piece, 3-piece, what?
3-piece will be fine.
You sure? Okay. You want barbecue sauce or anything? Nothing? Okay. What it comes with a drink. Lemonade, iced tea, Diet Coke.
They have root beer?
They have.
I'm not getting any mint tomorrow.
Dr. Pepper.
Fresh mint. You know, Tim Medlin guy was going to stop in. I told you to give me some fresh mint.
Was he just completely lying and fucking with you?
He found out from his lawn guy it's been sprayed with weed killer.
Oh, nice.
So thanks for saving my life, Tim.
Nice.
Mark appreciates it. He needs somebody to do his laundry.
Hey, let's go to Eva first.
He's
Eva's
not
a nut.
listening.
Can I tell you it bothers me?
Tell Mark he's not listening.
Why do you think it's that Eva?
It's always that, Eva.
Is it? I think Eva's the one that loves me.
Yeah, we all love you.
We all love Shannon.
Hey, Mark.
Hey, what happened to Dragon?
He wisely left the freaking continent.
Oh, he went to Asia, didn't he?
Yeah, he'd gone a long time. Hey, so I got to know, at what point do we try to work with Tom on this Alzheimer's thing? Since he called Debo twice.
I noticed that, too.
Yeah, I know. I don't know
and
why I
Dee's
did
standing
that.
next to him.
I just don't know why I did that.
And I have a serious question. Do Alzheimer's patients know they have it?
No.
Mark
some
said
days.
that. Mark said this whole studio's a sham.
Right.
Hey, Tommy.
Where's that thing Tom says where he doesn't know what he said?
God, you just want to keep hammering.
That's a great quote.
Hey, Tommy.
Yes, Suze.
Are you enjoying your sweet sister and sweet brother-in-law?
Yes. Vinny's right here right now.
I see him on the video. That's
Yeah.
cool.
Suze is saying hi to you.
I forgot even what I just said.
How are you?
I'm good, Vinny. It's so good to see you on camera. How are you and your lady doing? Good? You enjoying your time here? Did you get to see, is it your daughter that's in Boulder?
No, they live up in Carbondale now. So we were there
Oh,
for about
gotcha.
7-8 days. Then Joanne wanted to come down.
Beautiful
and
area.
for a
That's
couple
a
days, and then
hell
we're
of an
heading out tomorrow
area.
Morning.
It is beautiful.
Carbondale's gorgeous.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it's a small.
No
little-
poppers up there.
I couldn't live there,
Hey,
but it's nice.
Is this Vinny?
Yeah, that's Vinny.
That's Vinny.
Vinny, my cousin
so
Vinny.
When you hear Tom say this, does it make sense?
And I misunderstood what I was saying.
One more time.
I misunderstood what I would say.
I know. I love it. I misunderstood what I was saying. Best quote of all time.
Vinny Tom is a laugh riot. All right, you done with the
I
Jack in the Box?
misunderstand what I was saying. I've been there. I have definitely misunderstood what I have said.
Tom cut himself off. Tom hit the
No,
wrong
I'm
button,
here.
but now we don't
I'm
hear
here.
him.
I'm here.
Did you? Are you done? Are you done with the Jack in the Box order, or are you
Yeah, I'm
mid-order
done.
still?
I'm done.
Okay, good. Whew. Back to the show.
You guys are crazy.
We know you love nibbling on them juicy tacos.
Is this the sister from New York that came back out?
Yes. Joanne, she's a sweetheart. And then Carol, his other sister's in Florida. But I don't think she's visiting right now.
Not this time.
Line
No.
at khout.com.
Hey, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK. 713-8255. Okay, we got a very, very busy day, and I want to get to the callers here who've been asking questions. First and foremost, Henry, your question on neuropathy should be pretty easy. What's going on, Henry?
Yeah, Mark was on there yesterday, and I was in the track that had nothing to write down, and I was just curious about this guy. I'd like to check that out.
Well, okay, he's talking about Denver Regen.
He's talking about Dr. Joel.
Yeah, and Doctor, and he's not the one that actually does it, but his clinic does it, denverregen.com. And peripheral neuropathy they've been very, very successful with it through stem cell therapy and other modalities. Do you have any specific questions on it?
No, I just basically like to see if he can help me because, I have all the symptoms from...
just call him up. Go to denverregen.com. Call up.
Mark, let's get him on the air because this is a very popular topic. It really, really is.
I know it is. Trust
so, Henry,
me.
hang on. Let's get him on there real quick. Okay. Then you can ask him directly. Okay, Eva has a question. Well, no, I don't want to go to Eva just yet. Hold on. I want to go back to Phil. Not back, but go to Phil. This is a very curious question. Phil, you're owed money from 1969?
Yeah, I don't know if you recall. Oh, by the way, how you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty damn good now. I'm on my follow-up chemo following my surgery that eradicated my cancer 100%, but they want to do follow-up chemo just to be on the extra cautious side. So I'm wearing a little pump today, and I'm actually doing amazingly well. It's amazing to me, and I hope it keeps up. So Phil, thank you for asking. What is this money? What is this money you're owed?
Oh, Tom, I've talked to you before. I was in the radio business and the television business back in the years.
Yes, you were.
And I was going through a bunch of old records and paperwork and stuff I'd never thrown away until I was looking through this. Do you remember Sid King?
Yes.
On Colfax there?
Yes.
He had a...
He had a girly joint.
Nightclub or
he had
whatever.
a girly joint. I call them girly joints, yeah.
Yeah. Right. Well, I got a receipt here that he still owed me $234.80.
Yeah.
And
so, Sid King, they're long gone. Who are you going to go after?
Nobody. I just thought I'd bring it up with you and see if you remember.
Now, let me explain something to you that happens with old debts we laugh at. I'm going to tell you some things that actually have happened that came through the show and things that I never believed could have happened. But let's say you're going through your records and you come across this bill. Now, there are some conditions that have to take place. First and foremost, the person or entity still has to be around. If the entity is dissolved or the person is dead, no luck. But let's say that you had money owed. Let's say it was $1,000 from ABC Business, and it goes back years and years beyond a statute of limitations. There is no law against attempting to collect money older than the statute of limitations allows. The only problem is you can't get a judgment and you can't use the courts because they don't have jurisdiction. Jurisdiction meaning they won't take it. They just won't take it. So,
well, wait, Tom, I just a very small argument. They might be able to bring you to court on it and attempt to get a judgment. Once you tell the judge it's outside of the limits, that's fine. But if you don't know that, don't know to tell the judge, yeah, they could still get it.
Now, what Mark is saying is, if you went to court, if you ignored the notice and they went to court, there's a possibility they would get a default judgment. However, I think the judge himself would see the date and would dismiss it. That's what I think, based on a few cases.
Tom?
But hold on, Phil. Let me just go over this real quick. Let me complete a thought, and then we'll go to the next one. On this money, let's say somebody came across $1,000 that ABC owed them from 15 years ago. It's going to be very difficult to get that, but there is a way to do it. And it's called ghosting or resurrecting. You can find some sleazy collectors might pay you $10 for that, or $20, or maybe the creditor themselves tries to do this. And here's how it works. They send you a notice, as Mark said, saying you owe the money to see if you balk at it. And then what they do is they say to you, listen, just pay anything you can, and we'll call it a settlement. So let's say that you say, okay, and they tell you, you know what, send us $100, we'll leave you alone. So now you send them $100 and they say they're going to leave you alone. But what you've just done is entered into a new agreement. And if you can't prove they said it was complete and final settlement, they're now going to come after you for the other $900. And you're going to have a brand new agreement. And you resurrected that debt by paying on it. And it gets really difficult to get it off the books. But another one, as Mark said, be very careful of default judgments, because somebody could serve you. And if you're not hip, and if the judge isn't hip, and you get a default judgment, it's a hell of a thing to try to get it removed. Okay, let's move on. What's your other topic, Phil, or question?
Hey, Tom, I've been having a lot of back problems for the last 20 years.
Yes.
I got L1, L5, and L4 damaged.
Yeah.
And
well, L4-5 or L4-5, I believe, is it L4-5? That's how that's the space in between. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes. So I've been in a lot of pain from 1 is good, 10 is the worst. I've been like over 10. I finally went to this spine and sport medicine place.
Yeah, I don't know who they
and
are.
They gave me this shot, and in 10 minutes after the shot, I was walking again.
It's called cortisone.
Yeah.
Well, it's Atlantic. It's Atlanticane and something else in there. I don't know.
Phil,
TRI.
there's some steroids. Phil, there's some steroids and Atlanticane. And let me explain something to you. Those injections work, but when they get the right nerve, they work excellently. However, it's a temporary solution. It doesn't cure anything. I got to take this break. Hold on. We got more coming up.
Thank you.
Just try to talk him out of.
Now, Impact Traffic.
Henry?
Report is sponsored by Rapid Radios.
Yeah.
We're waiting for Dr. Joel.
At Lincoln Avenue.
We're getting to
Okay.
Sure.com.
Up and go traffic back from the west.
Sure.com?
overpassing about 10 minutes there. West of there, a crash on C470 westbound after Yosemite.
Russian.
2 left lanes blocked on this one with slow driving back from I-25.
He escaped.
Heading all the way to the north end of town, road work on US 85
Didn't your
northbound
parents
at
come
West
over, or
Bromley
did you?
Lane. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
Stay connected and stay productive with Rapid Radios. Business owners trust Rapid Radios
Let's
for
just,
instant, reliable
forget
team
Phil.
communication with nationwide
I mean,
LTE
I wanna
coverage,
launch other
push-to-talk
calls.
convenience, and room for up to
Roger.
Just
speed.
tell
Keep
him
it
to
connected.
go to
Never been easier.
denverregen.com.
Order now at
That's it.
rapidradios.com.
All right. Discount Bath. Love the name. Discount Bath. Why do I love the name? Well, that's because they do give discounts on baths, whether it's a fancy master bedroom or maybe one down in the basement where it's roughed in, or a hallway bath or a Jack and Jill bath between bedrooms. Here's what you do. Take your smartphone and just narrate what you want. Hey, I want to put in a big walk-in shower here. I want to move this sink or put a double sink in here. I want to move this wall, whatever. When you do that, you go to discountbath.com and you can upload it to a special link they give you, and then they give you a price on the phone. They're great people to deal with. We know Chris and his team, and you can trust them. But here's the best part. You can get a price without ever them walking into your home. Of course, you can always call and ask questions as well. Discountbath.com, 720-979-2322, 720-979-2322. Hey, Mark, yours.
Hey, John Clace, we talked
Hey, awesome. Thanks.
around the show. He works for CMG Financial. These guys are direct lenders. They lend over $2 billion a month, like every month. These aren't people that mark it up when you need a mortgage. These are the lenders. In fact, chances are, if you're not using CMG, whoever you're using is using CMG. And you can cut out that middleman, and there's a lot of them out there. You're going to hear a lot of advertising coming up as rates start going down. I'm telling you, cut out the middleman and go direct to the lender. Call John Clace, 303-882-6679. Reverse mortgages, regular mortgages, the all-in-one, which is a 30-year line of credit on your property. John Clace, CMG Mortgage, 303-882-6679.
That's some good stuff there.
Hey, Thomas.
Yes, sir.
You misunderstood me on a big thing here. So listen, if it's 6 years statute of limitations,
right,
and I come after you on the 7th year, and I have you served, and you have a court date, and you show up, and you don't know about that statute of limitations, the judge will not help you with your defense. I can still win the case
right.
and get the
You're
judgment
absolutely right.
if you don't know what the hell you're doing.
You're right. You're absolutely right.
I'm always right.
What I meant was, Mark, if you go for a default judgment and the judge looks at the original paperwork, he may flag it for lack of jurisdiction.
Very upset about California.
Yeah, that's possible.
Beat his ass in the hall.
You imagine if a judge could sit there and give the arguments to a defendant on what to say? That would completely change our entire law
But if
system.
there's no defendant there, then the judge does get to bring up
Right.
potential defenses.
That's right.
You're not going to get a default judgment. But if the defendant's there, you could win if they don't raise a defense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is kind of crazy to think of it in those terms, Brad. Does that same thing go for, well, I'm trying to think of how I would even put that when it comes to a criminal case. Does the judge have to raise any issues with a criminal case like that, or no?
Hey, Tom.
Wait, you're not going to have a criminal case without the defendant.
Well, for example, someone doesn't show up for sentencing.
Hey, Tom, I'm trying to reach Dr. Joel.
And the DA's asking for $1 million
and
years.
he's not texting me
I mean,
back.
does
I don't think
the
he's
judge have to go, well, that's
Okay.
crazy in this case?
Have Mark try.
His phone number.
Have Mark try.
I have a great example.
Mark, try.
I was trying to get.
Let him
I
try
already tried
texting
texting him.
Yeah, but let.
I already
you
did.
Okay.
Trying to get a default
Then
judgment.
we're going to have to hold on that because I can answer. No, I'll answer a few general questions and then I'll leave it for Joel. But I will ask a few extra questions. I know a lot about it.
Okay, go ahead, Brad. I wanted to
I was trying to get a default judgment for
What
past
do you
rent
want
plus
to do
future
about
rent
Christy?
because the tenant left early.
Christy,
And,
I'm going to go back to her, but
the
she's going to have to
judge
wait.
Said okay to the past
And she's going to
rent,
have very
but
specifics.
said, what's your basis?
No, she's
for
never gonna
requesting
change.
future rent because there's case law that you can't.
You
recover
do
future
understand
rent.
that, right?
Shush.
So I wasn't able to get it.
What? I
Got
don't know
it.
how much you know about human nature. I'm trying to help out.
You know I know a
at
lot.
Could you
your
go back
advanced
after it
age
was
know
due?
a lot about healthcare
Yeah,
now.
you can go back every month if you want to. You can just,
But
new
maybe
lawsuit every
not
month.
Human
You know
Or you
that
can
I
wait
know
6
a
months
lot.
and then go for 6 months worth.
Yeah, why would you wanna do it?
Dumbest
An
question.
inch deep and a
The
mile
dumbest
wide.
the dumbest statement anyone can ever make is "I'm always right," because that shows ignorance right off the bat.
Ah,
No one is always
Who would
right.
do that?
Oh,
Who
no
would
one
do
is
that?
always right.
Okay.
Mark thinks he's right.
No, Mark doesn't.
And then-
Mark doesn't think
That's
he's
exactly
Kelly,
right.
real quick. Just so
He
you know,
doesn't
I
think.
mean, Mark, you can disregard my text. He has this wrong Wednesday, but June 19th, he addresses Juneteenth. He just has the wrong day of
God's
the week.
sakes.
But yeah, we're live. Okay. It
There you
looks
go.
like Cap.
Geo app.
Hi, it's Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. Listen, I'm going to go to Eva and Christy after the break. Henry, though, I want to finish up with. We can't get a hold of Dr. Joel now, but I can answer as many questions as possible and then verify them. What is your main question on neuropathy, sir? What is it?
I just, heard about the stem cell, and
Yes.
I just, because
Okay.
I'm on gabapentin and
Henry, there is people that have results that are absolutely amazing in 4 to 8 weeks, some of which the pain is completely gone and the nerve is 100% back.
Yeah.
100% back.
What Denver Regen does is stem cell therapy, and they do it the right way. They do have exosomes, which come from other people, but they also mix them with your own stem cells. That is the magic. And they do this cocktail that is unbelievable. I did it for some hair restoration, which worked. They do it for painful, sore joints. And here's what else they do it for: neuropathy. And neuropathy is a damaging of the nerves. And as Mark said, many people have gotten 100% back their nerves, so they are not creating that neuropathy pain. Now, we're going to call you back when we do get Dr. Joel available, but those are the basic facts. It does work. DenverRegen.com. That's DenverRegen.com.
This is going well. Thank you. Hey, Mark.
Marky Mark.
Markety Mark.
Shannon's trying to talk to
Markety
you.
Mark. Mark.
Oh.
Mark.
Yeah, man.
You'll love it. California Senator Padilla almost carried out of a Kristi Noem
I saw
presser.
it.
Did you
What
see that?
happened?
It was awesome. The video's awesome.
What happened?
He's interrupted her. He interrupted her press conference.
She was doing a presser, and he literally
the
busted
security
in through
people
the door and just screaming.
about turned him into liver.
Really? Wow.
Yep.
They're puffing their chests out there.
You know, this guy is really bad news. This car guy is really bad. Man, I'm getting all kinds of texts on him.
This just in.
Go, Cat. Man. And this guy has the nerve to say we destroyed his business?
Always an excuse. He'll probably have an excuse as to why he can't bend over for the soap when he gets to the joint.
And then what's the
Oh,
other
my
one,
back
Mark?
hurts. I can't bend over.
Which one does Mark love? This other one. Yeah, that. Well, there wasn't that Go Cat Speed Shop.
Yeah.
We had another one, another sleaze, which right here. Let's see. Hold on. Where's the other one? Oh, which you looked into. I want to get that one done. Sleaze Brigade.
Oh, you mean the hail repair?
Yeah. They just stole money. Oh, that's right. I kept putting you down. Right. Family dents that just deposited and kept the money. It's just bad news.
That's crazy.
This show's going quickly.
The bank's
I'm
website's
amazed at
been
my
down
energy
for
level. I
a
am
couple
totally
hours
fucking
now.
amazed.
Can't access on
amazed.
the app either.
That's
And it's a weird
they must maybe
message.
they're updating.
It's just a weird message. It says worker through exception error 1101.
Anybody want anything? No, I'm fine. I want to take a walk anyway.
What does this mean?
It's mostly informative.
This is interesting, Brad. This will bring you back to law school. My daughter she's prepping, taking the bar here in like whatever, a month or whenever it is. So here's one of her questions. Basically, it goes like this. Cop pulls over a guy on a bridge for weaving on the bridge, okay? There's two cops in the car. One is a newbie. One is a K-9 unit. The newbie gets out to talk to the guy on the bridge, and the dog goes over to the passenger side and starts hitting the door, keying there's some form of drugs in the car. It's a drug dog. So he asks the guy, what's in the package? The guy goes, nothing, we just came from the butcher shop. So the newbie cop starts writing a ticket. In the meantime, the passenger picks up the meat and throws it over the bridge into the water, and it's rushing water and it's gone. Okay? So what the actual question is, assuming that the parties stipulate that the veteran is an expert in the training and reactions of the drug-sniffing dog, is the veteran officer's testimony describing the dog's reaction to the package admissible in a trial of the driver for possession of drugs? And I forgot to leave this out. The guy that was sitting in the car, the expert, saw it all unfold right in front of him. So he saw the dog hit, and he saw the people throw it out. So the answers are...
Did they recover the package from the water?
Nope, package was never recovered. So here's the four answers, or the four multiple choices. No, because the dog's behavior was assertive conduct, making it hearsay, not within any exception.
No, dogs don't do hearsay.
B, because the dog's presence at the stop resulted in an improper search, which, I mean, I don't even understand why they'd have that as one of the answers. C, yes is evidence that the package contained illegal drugs. So C is saying yes.
No.
And then D, yes, because evidence generated by a machine or an animal falls under an exception to the hearsay rule.
No, I don't like that either.
It's all she does all day long now. This is the bar.
That's a convoluted.
Welcome to the law.
I thought it would be yes, as evidence that the package contained drugs. You've got a trained officer, his trained dog.
Said you were right.
She did say I was right.
Oh,
No.
I guess that's by backing up. I would say that was C.
Yeah. C.
They concluded it was evidence, even though they threw it over the bridge.
Yes, because the dog is only trained to hit. A drug dog's only trained to hit on illicit drugs.
What I was looking for was something to say that the dog wouldn't have done that to meat.
But a dog.
Yeah, well, exactly, because it wouldn't have. I mean, it's trained not to react to it. They're like, we just stopped at the butcher. I mean, who sits back and comes up with these
I'd
questions?
like to be the legally blonde and say the dog can't come into court and testify, so it'd be null and void.
Well, he wouldn't. What would happen is his trainer that was right there would. And say, yes, this dog only reacts to cocaine or whatever it is.
I would have got that one.
My dasher is on
Dude,
the
this
way.
is what she does for... What's the bar? Like about a straight day of these, then a straight day of essay? Or how's that?
I'm wondering if I have one in my stuff. I might.
Here's another question.
They test you to fail.
Shannon was living down by the river with illicit drugs.
Screensaver. Everybody thinks I'm kidding.
Send you
I'm
these
not kidding.
questions, huh?
But I am willing to do this. Are you ready?
She bear.
Oh, yeah, she did say I got it right. Hey, I watch a lot of cops.
She's in Grand Junction, living at her boyfriend's place,
And
studying.
he's
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-8255. We're solving problems, answering questions, taking complaints. And we had a call earlier in the show, and a woman was calling about harassment at an apartment house. She said, look, they're bothering me. I'm on Section 8. Section 8's paying my rent, but they want to get me out of here. They gave me a notice of non-renewal 90 days ago, and then I just got another notice of non-compliance, which gives me 3 days. I'm supposed to be out of here tomorrow. And we had our attorney, Brad O'Brien, who's with us today. Brad O'Brien is O'Brien Legal Services, a real estate law firm, and helps with real estate issues. He said that obviously they would have to prove it, and she'll get her day in court. But if she's not out of there, they will probably do an eviction. But she doesn't literally have to be out the door tomorrow. That's just when they gave her notice to. And then if she doesn't leave, most likely the landlord will start eviction proceedings. So, Christy, what is your additional question about eviction itself?
And real quick, hold on. I wanted Brad to explain kind of why they are evicting her, what their reasoning is.
I looked at the actual notice of to terminate the tenancy, and it looks like they're trying to evict her 3 different ways. One of them we can rule out right away. One is weak, and one probably has a decent chance of prevailing.
All right, go through them.
With the one we can number one, a substantial violation based on her allegedly harassing the office staff under the substantial violation statute. The substantial violation statute is to terminate a lease early for something that is criminal conduct, and just mere harassment of the office staff won't arise to that level. Now, secondly is harassment of the office staff based on some lease provision, some no nuisance lease provision, if it's in there. I don't know that I haven't reviewed the lease, but if the lease says you can't harass landlord or other tenants, then potentially they could use that one to say that it's a breach of the lease. And that's a question of fact. That's a hard one to prove up in court. That's why I say that's a weak claim. And also judges are probably reluctant to grant eviction on some heated discussion in the office when this Christie probably can tell you where she was coming from, and probably can explain that it wasn't as bad as they're saying. The third reason why they're trying to evict her that has a better chance of prevailing is she apparently didn't pay the full deposit that was due under the lease, and that's a hard requirement. That's easy to prove. That's money that's due.
Okay, now that's non-compliance, right? That meaning it's a breach of the contract for not paying the full deposit. Is that right?
Yeah, they can give her a 10-day notice on not paying the full security deposit. This isn't quite the same 10-day notice. It's not how it's drafted. So a judge could use that as a technicality to make the landlord start over, but another judge might just say this: you've been given the 10 days notice to pay the security deposit.
Okay, so Christy, before you start, and I know she's going to start on a very long diatribe about the security deposit, but we narrowed it down. And here's what you need, Christy. Number one, he is saying the 2 substantial violations will probably not hold up for the criminal activity, okay? But he said they do have a shot at evicting you for non-payment of the full deposit. Now go about and tell your deposit story.
We've been paying it. We have been paying it $100 a month since the incident where he was like, I'll let you do it, but I don't think you'll be successful at it. And I was like, I'm always successful. No matter how broke I am, I do this. So I'm paying it, and every time I pay like $300 down, he puts $200 on the ledger. And so I started documenting it by taking screenshots. Every time I made a payment, he would put something new, like he charged me up $200 for the mice that are.
But you understand something. We're not here to try your case. We're not here to try your case, but it is very possible when you go to court, it is very possible the judge is going to rule in their favor. That's all we're saying.
What were you going to say,
Okay,
Brad?
so it sounds here like the lease says that this large amount of money is due as security deposit up front. However, it sounds like also the landlord modified that written lease requirement by giving her a payment plan, and she is more or less faithful with the payment plan so far. So that's her argument for the judge.
That's her defense.
Yep.
Yes, we paid $1,800 for $1,500 in coverage, but ever since that day, I've been putting money on the ledger until he locked it, so I can't make.
You're just going to go. You're going to go through that with the judge. I mean, that's going to be your day in court, like we've said numerous times.
I'm fine with that. I just don't think it's fair that they're doing that.
But that's what the judge is for.
What do you mean by that?
Okay, so a cabinet fell out of my last house, and I put it on.
Irrelevant. None of that has anything to do with what's going on right now, though.
Why it's relevant. I sent you guys more emails to show you why it's relevant. Both companies have conjoined together, my last landlord and my new landlord. And once they did that, that's when they started harassing me.
What do you mean? You didn't have two different landlords. You're in the same place.
I'm saying my last location was under a different real estate agency.
Oh.
And the new one, Atlas, they are conjointed as of November.
But what difference does that make? So, it all comes down to whether you owe the money or not, Christy.
I stood up for myself. I don't. But they're trying to hurt me because I told on them. I'm an activist.
Okay.
If you
Christy,
look at both companies, they fuck people over.
You're fighting the wrong. You're fighting the wrong battles.
Exactly.
You're going to have your chance to prove to the judge you've been doing exactly what Brad said. They modified it. They've been taking payments from you. You prove that to the judge through the pictures you just said.
But what constitutes as
I had to put her on hold, Tom.
Good.
I'm sorry.
I'll
bring her back up if you want.
She won't listen. She keeps talking about them trying to get revenge because she's an activist and they're trying to hurt her.
And she found a bloody purse or something,
and by
whatever.
the way, here's all I'm going to say. Either you owe the money or not. But I want to ask Brad O'Brien some very basic questions. She did bring up a point about somewhat of a moving target. How does she protect herself against a moving target? In other words, if they say she owes X amount of dollars, how can they in a month or two say, now you owe X amount of dollars and it's more because we tacked on more money? How does she keep that from happening?
She shows proof of payment, right?
Well, a lot of this is spoken and not in writing, so her testimony will be that they gave her a promise, which is this payment plan, and if they changed it later, that can be held against the landlord.
But she'd have to
she can enforce the original promise.
But she'd have to prove that she had an agreement that they violated.
Yeah, these agreements don't have to be in writing. They can this modification of the lease. She can orally testify, orally that what the landlord promised her,
and show that she paid it too, like through whatever kind of receipt. I wanted to ask you about something.
What if they can orally say we never did it? We never agreed to that.
Then the judge will listen and come up.
It is enforceable to the extent that she paid. So if they took 3 months on this payment plan, then that shows that she made substantial progress towards the payment plan and proves the existence of the payment plan.
Yeah.
Or would.
But Brad, on the second one, the second argument they gave, where basically the landlord saying you were bothering us, and and let's assume in the lease it says, what word did they use? They didn't use bother.
Harassment is
harassment. So harassment, if she sent off, let's say that is in the lease, okay? And she sent off 10 emails going, oh, this is crazy, you guys suck, and you don't do this, and I found a bloody purse, and you're all after me, and she's doing this constantly. That could be harassment.
Yeah, but
wait, that's not my question. You said if it was in the lease. There's probably so many people like Bo, who's got a bunch of rental properties in Denver, where that language is not in your lease. I didn't realize by putting language like that in the lease, you could actually create an agreement between you and a tenant in Colorado to where they can't harass you all the time. Where if you didn't have it in there, they could harass you. That's a great reason for landlords to call you. I'm not kidding.
Yeah, many leases do not have a no nuisance provision. But it's really hard to evict on that one because it's a question of fact. And the judge will look at the circumstances of the arguments that one side is saying is harassment, and the other side will say it was justified under the circumstances because they had a very good reason to complain.
If you got voicemails from some wacko tenant at 2 a.m. when they're drunk every night, I mean, you might be able to prove harassment and get them out of there.
Yeah, that's a much murkier type of a case than did you pay the rent or did you not pay the rent?
Yeah.
I want to wrap this up. And Christy, it all comes down to this, okay? It really does. And if you go beyond this, you're going to lose. It all comes down to this. Did you have an agreement for the security deposit, and are you following that agreement? That's what it's going to come down to. They're going to say you're not paying the deposit as you were supposed to. You're going to say you had an agreement. You better bring whatever evidence you have or some or extraneous notes that you've written down so you can prove it.
Everything is documented, sir, and God bless you for your help.
If everything is documented, you're going to win. You're going to win if everything is documented.
Follow up with us, too. We'd love to know.
What constitutes as harass or what is, excuse me, the terminology in my head, retaliative eviction on their part. They're retaliating.
Well,
how do I prove that?
Retaliation comes into play in the warranty of habitability statute. If you complain about a habitability concern like no heat, no water, termites, and then they evict you, that is harassment, and that the habitability statute prohibits that. Now, the only thing you mentioned that would come close to that is you talked about some cabinets that were non-functioning or something. I don't really think that is a habitability item, so the habitability statute here is not really invoked, and its own retaliation clause is also not invoked.
Yeah, we have to take a break. I mean, you either do what we're directing you, or not do it. We're not giving you direct legal advice, but you better look at the substantial issue here, Christy, because you're going off on out in left field. They're not going to have sympathy for you. We have more coming up, and I want to tell you, Renew Home Innovations will give you the most beautiful showers, porcelain, sheet porcelain, no maintenance, and beauty. They can do it as a wainscoting around the whole bathroom or just your shower. They can do a walk-in shower anywhere you have that ugly tub that you want to get rid of. RenewHomeInnovations.com. It takes 2 or 3 days for that whole project for you, and you can pay over months. RenewHomeInnovations.com, 303-904-2000.
Oh, okay.
Very nice.
Wow, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing.
Say
no fees or minimums on your
Capital One checking account. Wow,
but you can have yours for sure.
So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say Capital One.
Otherwise, I'll eat those mothers fast.
See CapitalOne.com/bank for details.
Capital One and name member FDIC. I love giving. ExcelRoofing.com, as in excellent. I always say that because I know Jay and his son Henry. I know the family. Duke and Lois. Seriously, these people run the company like every company should be run. First of all, consumers don't pay a cent. You don't pay a cent until you're content. They have over 32,000 satisfied customers in Denver alone, and now serving the Springs and Fort Collins area. You need to call Excel. A project manager is put on your project from beginning to end, one point of contact, and 100% satisfaction guaranteed. EXCEL, Excel Roofing. roofing.com. The first company I call for my roof, 303-761-6400, 761-6400. Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies. The name says it all. They help you prepare for retirement. And let's face it, when you get right down to it, much of that is preparing you for income during retirement, which has to do with annuities. Expect that. They also have other plans as well for building your nest egg and keeping it safe. So if you're interested in their services or you wonder what exactly do they do, they're happy to answer those questions. Family owned and operated, and it's Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies, rpcenter.com. That's rpcenter.com. How much time do I have, bro, for my greasy tacos?
2 months.
You gross. 3.5. Get out.
Took for her, Brad, remember if that was the case?
That's all right. The longest thing was reviewing the essays.
There's a lot of essay.
Well, Tom's got a face full of tacos, Mark. You might need to come back and
write out.
Well, I don't know if she hand writes them. She probably types them. Would she type them, Brad, or would she?
They have computers now.
Yeah.
You get to bring a laptop. Yeah. I was on the board. I was on the cusp, so I had to handwrite mine.
Oh, really?
Actually, when I took the second bar here in Colorado, they had a room for computers and room for.
Hey, Mark.
Is it true that there's?
Yes.
Tom is burying his face in a taco. We might need you to.
That's okay. Am I doing it or not? Where are we at?
I didn't see it.
Okay.
Hey, you excited about Saturday's protests?
I look forward to the protest every night. I tune into them, which is crazy, but I do.
The nationwide one, the No Kings thing they call it.
Yeah, it's going to be a long 2 months.
When is that one?
Saturday.
That's the Big Daddy. I'll be at a Brewfest in the Springs.
Nope.
I'm going to be driving around. Here's the problem, though. My van, the brakes are going out. And so I'm worried
Yes.
that if there's a crowd...
That happened in Los Angeles the other day, or somewhere.
Did it? Yeah, golly. Maybe if I'm on my way to Sheridan Auto Tech and there's an issue,
Brad, or do
then
they
it's
just,
defensible
is it a pass
because
or
I
fail?
was going to get it
It's
fixed.
just pass
Your
or
Honor.
fail.
Who grades?
You get a numerical score on everything, including the essay, but you either pass or you fail.
Is it one person? Is it like a group of lawyers, retired people, judges?
They have judges, a team of judges.
The graders,
Yeah, who read the essays.
They're not always. I don't think they're always retired though.
No.
They don't even have to be attorneys.
Oh.
Oh, you don't have to be an attorney to grade the bar exam?
Dude, when you walk in there, it's like Fort Knox, man. You're not going to there's no way to cheat. There's proctors at every
They're walking
end.
around.
You can't bring in stuff. I mean, it's nuts, man.
It's is it 2 6 or 2 8-hour days?
I think her boyfriend said you actually walk through metal detectors and stuff, which is nuts.
And then, if you fail, the questions are different on the next time around.
Yeah.
Similar, but not the same.
You got to wait 6 months, I think. Isn't that right, Brad?
Yeah, you said.
You got to wait just till the next bar?
Yeah, there's bars twice a year.
So they don't make you wait a full year, though?
No.
Yeah.
But the pass rate on the January bar is much lower because it's a bunch of people that already failed.
Oh, good point.
Yeah. Interesting, bro.
Good point. She had a super freshman that she graduated with. She had to redo her L1. She was the only, quote, super freshman in the class.
I never heard of that.
How much do they charge? How much does the test cost?
A couple hundred, I imagine.
Yeah. The prep is the expensive
The
part.
prep is expensive.
My wife took hers.
Her
Yeah,
prep
the
was
prep's
$700
called
or
law
$800
school.
bucks.
Yeah, it's called law school.
That law school bill is a little
The
pricey.
damn prep costs over $100,000.
That poor kid. I just want her on the other side of this. She's been working so hard basically since high school, to get out of high school, to get out of her bachelor's.
My wife worked at her. She took Kaplan refresher courses.
I told Addie it would be hearsay if
630 K-How.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Now we go to Eva, who has a question on real estate. Real estate. I hope it's a lot easier than the last ones we called. All right, Eva. What's going on?
Hello, Tom. Yes, I have hopefully an easy question. I am trying to figure out end of life things that I want to do, and I wanted to give a house that I have to a grandchild.
Yes.
Oh, God.
I know.
Eva.
This is Eva, whose kids are taking advantage of her and raping her blind, as far as raping and pillaging financially. You want to leave your home to your grandson?
Actually,
Trust.
It's legally my son, but I want to get out from under it, and it needs repairs and stuff, and he's willing to do all that. But I want to know the pros and cons financially for me. I don't need the house.
Okay,
You know,
now
I want to be done with it.
Eva, I'm gonna talk to you about this, and I have before. Right now, you do not live in this house. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is the house free and clear?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so you have a free and clear, paid off home you want to leave. Now, you can do it in one of two ways. Or actually, there's more than two. And maybe, I don't know if Brad talks about this or not, because I know he says some is tax and some stuff fall under the realm of taxes and others. But I can tell you this for sure. If you leave the home to your son while you're alive, if you deed it over to your son while you're alive, your son will inherit the basis you have on that house. Now, that's not the end of the world. Your basis is how much? How much is your house? Did you buy your house for?
Oh my gosh, that was so many years ago. Probably over $300,000.
So you bought it for maybe $350,000?
Yeah, probably $348,000, something like that.
Okay, let's say that your basis. Have you ever put major repairs into that home?
No.
Okay, so let's just say, for argument's sake, you have a basis of $350,000. Okay, that's a basis. Now,
Correct.
what that means is, when you quit claim it to him, he will have a basis the same as yours. So if he goes to sell it, anything above that will be taxed. Unless it's his primary residence, then he'll get a certain amount of exclusion. The reason people wait until death to do this is usually because the basis will be higher, and that will mean less taxes for the heirs. But that doesn't matter if it doesn't matter. For example, is he going to sell the house right away, or is he going to fix it up and live in it?
He's planning on fixing it up and doing it's called the 1031, where he gets something else.
Okay.
And
right.
So
well, it's not called a 1031
tax.
unless you do a 1031. And most people don't do 1031s, and they don't know what they're talking about when they talk about them. But in general, maybe Brad can speak to this. In general, if your basis is $350,000, your son is going to inherit that basis. So if he adds to that another $50,000, he'll have a basis of $400,000. And since it's not his primary residence, he's doing it for investment, then he'll have to pay tax on the gain. And that's the way it is. However, Eva, once you sign it over to him, go ahead.
He does live there.
Okay. But he's going to have to live there after you deed it to him, not before. For it to be his primary residence, for it to be his primary residence, he's going to have to live there.
Here's the other thing.
He's going to have to live there for 2 years for it to be his primary residence. Go ahead, Mark.
Well, all we're talking about is the tax ramifications. How about the fact she owns his house? And everything we've ever heard about this child in the last 10 years, including stealing cars and everything else, I mean, she might want that house out of her name because she might be liable for the drugs he's cooking up in there or whatever.
Oh, good God.
Hey, Eva.
Mark,
Eva,
I love you,
when
but
you-
Mark is making up things.
Well, he's not really.
Eva, I'm not making up things.
You've called with a lot of crappy stories over the years. Eva, here's what I want to know. Are you willing, are you truly, and I need to know this, once you quit claim that home to him and release it, and it's his home, are you willing not to bail him out when he puts a giant loan on it and forecloses? Are you willing to let him go homeless? Because that's what's going to happen to him.
Yeah. That's my fear, but I just want to be done with the whole thing.
Yeah, but you're not going to be done
I
with
don't
it.
think it should be in her name.
First
And
of all,
for a million reasons.
if she doesn't want the house and she doesn't care about the $350,000 she could get for selling it, what I would do if I were you, Eva, is I would first I would think about why doesn't he buy the house? Give me a reason.
Doesn't have money.
Eva.
Exactly.
Okay. How is he going to pay for the taxes and insurance?
Well, I'm paying the second half in a couple of days, and I'm choosing to pay that. So he won't have a property tax till January, February of next year.
It doesn't matter when it is. It doesn't matter when he not pays it. What happens when he doesn't pay his taxes the year later? Or his insurance? What's going to happen then? Are you going to, because you said you wanted to wash your hands of it. What I'm proposing to you is, Eva, you're not going to wash your hands. You're going to sign this home over to your grandson, and you're going to continue paying all the bills. So you're not out from under it. If anything, you've complicated your situation because you won't be able to evict him, and you'll never be able to sell it, and you will be in debt. So, Eva, you're not doing what you want to do. What you want to do is sell it to him. If he doesn't have the money to buy it, he doesn't have the money to pay taxes and insurance. What good is what you're doing? You're not getting out from under it. It's still going to be a burden. Here's what would be better, Eva. You know what would be better? I swear to God. You sell the house right now.
Okay.
Sell the house for as much as you can get and give him the money. Then you can be done with him. Then he'll have money that he can blow on drugs and alcohol and all that other stuff. And then you can be done with him.
Excuse me, he's never done alcohol or drugs. You're adding things to the story that don't exist.
Okay. Eva, I want you to live in your la-la land. Can we agree that this kid has never worked and taken advantage of you your whole life? His whole life?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
So what makes you think he's going to change?
I'm not looking at that. I am wanting to know the consequences for me.
Okay, here are the consequences. Here are the consequences. If you deed the house over to him, there are no consequences to you except the ones you take on. So, as soon as you deed the house over to him, if he sells it, it would be good for you. Then he can take the money and run. But I think what'll happen instead is he's going to continue living there. And this home you want to get out from under, you're not going to be out from under, because if it needs a major repair, you're going to step up and make the major repair. If he needs to pay his taxes, you're going to step up and pay his taxes. If he needs to pay the insurance, you're going to step up and pay his insurance. So my question to you is this: how does signing the home over to him get you out from under it?
You know, I don't know what to say to you. I'm not trying to convince you of anything. I just want to know what the consequences are for me.
The consequences, I just rolled out the consequences. There are none. Once you sign that house over to him, you're done with it. But what I'm saying to you is, are you really going to be done with it? Or are you going to continue to pay every single bill he incurs? That's what I'm asking you. What makes you think it's going to change when you sign the house over to him?
I would like a moment to tell you his plan, and his plan is to get a loan on his own and refurbish the place and sell it.
Okay.
And you were saying that he has to live in it for 2 years before there's no tax consequences. Is that correct?
Yes, 2 of the past 5 years. But Eva,
okay.
Eva, I didn't say there are no tax consequences, but he gets a pretty sizable exclusion of $250,000, and most likely he'll fall under that, so he won't pay tax on the gain. But Eva, you have to listen to me carefully.
Yeah.
He's not going to get a loan on his own to fix up the house, so you're going to have to finance.
Wouldn't it
that.
be funny if she gave it to him? Wouldn't it be funny if she quit claimed it to him? And then he got a loan on it by getting her to co-sign on a new loan.
That's exactly what's going to happen. That's what I'm trying to let her see. But she is so totally blind, she doesn't see it. Eva, what makes you think?
No,
what makes you think? No, I want you to answer a question. Answer a question for me. What makes you think he will qualify for a loan on his own?
It doesn't matter. I'm not going to co-sign for anything, and that's up to him.
Okay, he's not going to get a loan. So what I'm telling you is this. He's not going to sell it for a profit, and he's going to still leech off of you. You have not changed your life one bit. Do you have tax consequences for deeding it over to him? No, you don't. You don't. Nope. But it's not going to help you. It's not going to do what you want it to do. Now, if you truly want to help him, I can tell you how to do it. You sell your house and give him the money, or get an annuity for him that will pay instantly a monthly check. That's what you do for him. If you give him the house, you are still going to be in a world of hurt. But Eva, I don't expect you to listen to me because you've never listened to me. I don't know why you call me, because both your son and his son have been raping and pillaging your estate for as long as I can remember. And you are a total dupe, a total dupe. In fact, this is one where, Mark, I think her son took out a giant loan on her house and she's still paying on that. So you're going to be duped the entire rest of your life. Thank you. Don't bother asking me for advice anymore because you don't take it. On this transaction, I am telling you to sell the house, get an instant annuity, sign it over to that grandson deadbeat so he can have his monthly income to play with, because then he would really be out of your hair. That's the way to do it. 303-713-8255.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino. Now, Michael Brown tomorrow morning at 6:30 KHOW, Denver. Totally. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is...
Well, she's crazy for you.
Some normal slowdowns throughout the Denver Metro for the 1 o'clock commute. I-25 northbound, some stop-and-go traffic between Alameda and Colfax, adding about 5 minutes to your commute. Congestion on the 6th Avenue eastbound, off-ramp to I-25 southbound. Slow traffic starts at Federal. For folks heading to DIA, I-70 eastbound, starting to get busy around Havana. 225 northbound, some stop-and-go on the off-ramp to I-70 eastbound. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
Stay connected and stay productive with Rapid Radios. Business owners trust Rapid Radios for instant, reliable team communication with nationwide LTE coverage, push-to-talk convenience, and room for up to 200 units on one feed. Keeping connected has never been easier.
Order now at rapidradios.com.
All right. I want to tell you about Vestera Turnkey to become a landlord without the hassles. They really do take the hassles out of it. They find homes in promising markets. They help you acquire that home as being your broker. Then what they do is help you manage that home with a management company. They even take your day-to-day phone calls as a landlord. So you become a landlord, and really it's seamless. A seamless transition with Vestera Turnkey. They help you each and every way. And then when it comes to sell, they advise you when to sell and how to sell for fantastic returns. Look them up, mybiggestrureturn.com. That's mybiggestrureturn.com. John Fuller is a personal injury attorney that does business differently than most. He will talk to each and every potential client before they become a client. In fact, there's no obligation to become a client. Call John Fuller's firm. Ask to talk to John. Ask your questions. Get free legal advice. If you decide to use him, it's on a percentage fee basis. and he collects only when you collect, but he'll be there for you to answer all of your questions. He even gives you his cell phone number. You can call or text at any time. John Fuller, putting the personal in personal injury. 303-597-4500. 303-597-4500. How much time do I have, Shannon?
Drinking.
How many?
4 minutes.
Okay.
Said he was an asshole.
4 minutes.
You know what I mean?
Get out.
Shut up.
Get out. Get out.
Moop. I haven't heard that word. I think I heard that like the old Popeye cartoon.
Maybe he was trying to say dupe.
No, a moop. Someone like someone so stupid you can just rip them off all the time. A moop.
Brad, remind me, did you just live in the Tulsa area, or you're from there, or?
I grew up there through high school.
I was just there a few weeks ago for my uncle passed away, and we got some crazy storms out there. I miss the Oklahoma rain, the thunderstorms.
Much stronger than here.
What's that?
They're much stronger than here.
Oh yeah, I just miss it. I was like, God,
Lightning and all that,
I don't really miss Tulsa though, but it was nice. Like I'm going, wow, it's 15. You know, I'm thinking it's going to be heavy traffic getting to the funeral place up in Sperry. It was like easy breezy driving around Tulsa.
Yeah.
I'm just like, what a difference.
Yeah.
But
I was just there in May.
yeah, same. Yeah.
They have the biggest gun show in the world in Tulsa.
They do?
Yeah.
Big, and it's at your oil. It's a big convention center. Some guy, it's an oil center or some oil.
Oh, with the big, I don't know his name, like for the big
statue.
oils. Yep. What do they call that?
I just thought
Tulsa Driller.
Yes.
What is it?
Tulsa Driller.
Yep.
Tulsa Driller.
Tulsa
I used to
Driller.
go every year to the
Killdozer.
huge. I mean, it must be 1,000.
A moop.
That's at the Expo Center, the
That's-
Tulsa Expo.
You're right.
Some of my Tulsa relatives went to that recently.
The big, yeah, they just had one. That's a dead. People
Not as
from
bad
all
as
over the
yesterday,
world
though. You
come
gotta
to
admit.
gun show.
Yep.
Yeah.
I miss Tulsa King. What
They
is
have a
Tulsa
sliding
King?
scale.
Oh, that's a
My
show.
father,
Sylvester Stallone, yeah.
my father-in-law's brother lived in Tulsa. He would take us to this great restaurant. You guys would know the name of it. Amy's?
I was too poor to go to restaurants, but I might have heard of it.
Begin with an M. It was kind of
McDonald's.
That's it. Double.
Was it like a
Super-
famous Tulsa restaurant?
Yeah, it was the only one in the country, and people came from all over to this restaurant. I want to say
Mahogany?
Mimi's. God, I never thought I'd forget. Mescal's?
I'm looking.
I'm going to have to ask my brother-in-law this weekend. Let you and Brad know. You would probably know it. It's near that expo center.
Okay, restaurants.
Well, obviously, I'm not a fan.
Family run, been there since
Racial
the 30s.
divide.
Tulsa Expo.
You know what?
Mescal's?
This is like a dream how good I'm doing.
Is it?
I can't get over how well you're doing today.
McGill's?
I know. It's a miracle.
All
I'm
right,
sorry.
blow
I'm
your
sorry
nose.
for blowing my nose in your face.
No, I think I've told you.
really good.
First wife had a infection in her brain that they say came from her sinuses.
I had that once.
So I tell people all the time. Did you?
Yep. No, I really did. Yep.
Makes sense. No, it makes sense.
It was in the left bone. It was in the mastoid.
Oh man,
Really bad.
is that osteomyelitis? No, wait. Here we go. Coming back.
Tear.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Genesis Total Exteriors, by the way, also does mold detection and remediation, and it's a company you can trust. GenesisTotalExteriors.com. Stephen has a question on titling a car. Hi, Stephen. What's going on with you?
Hey, Tom. So, my 16-year-old nephew is about to buy a 2008 Dodge Ram 1500, and my sister is inquiring about how to title and insure the vehicle. She's not sure if they put it in his name.
Well,
their
you can't
name,
you can't
whatnot.
title to a
So-
minor.
Okay.
So that takes it out of there right
So
there.
the vehicle would be in her name,
Right.
right? And then how do they set up the insurance?
Well,
What's the do they get his own insurance under their insurance? How do they go
It's
about
got to be under there. So a minor can't get their own insurance for an automobile.
No, but she could get a separate policy and name him as the primary driver on that one and less of a driver on primary. That's where you need a good broker to run numbers because there are different ways of doing it. As Mark said, he's never going to hold his own policy, but she could get a car insured with mostly him driving and then less driving on the family cars. Sometimes that works. Most of the time it doesn't. Most of the time you get a family plan, you insure the minor drivers in your home under that plan, and then you kind of, if they have their own car under that plan, it will bring down the cost a bit. For example, if you only have 2 cars, or 1 car in the family, and everyone's insured, they're going to allot pretty substantial equal use to each driver. If you have a car like I do, I have a family plan, and each of my children have their own cars under that plan, and they're the primary drivers. So they're only rated, or they're mostly rated on those cars. So it does keep it down a bit. But you're still going to pay out the nose, right, Mark? My God.
Well, you're definitely going to pay out the nose. I mean, the only thing I would disagree with is in that scenario you're giving, that woman would have to have 2 policies, and I think no matter what, having a minor, even if he's only going to drive the car occasionally, it's still going to be high as hell, and now you have 2 policies he's on. She could exempt him altogether from that one policy, but if that kid ever needs a car and his isn't there and he takes it out, man, she could lose everything.
Yeah. Now, whether or not to have 2 policies or one, listen, what I'm saying is, and I agree with Mark, and that's why I said the best thing is to have a family plan, but to have cars designated for the kids.
Yes, everything you guys are saying makes absolutely sense.
I would. Have you ever called Compass Insurance and have them run the numbers?
No, and I've directed my sister there to Compass Insurance. I will definitely do that again.
And more importantly, they're going to shop. They're going to know what companies out of the 20 or 30 companies they shop for you that are easier or cheaper for student drivers or minors.
That's right.
Okay.
Now listen. What I'm going to tell you is
not Compass.
Compass Insurance 303-996-9000.
996
9000.
9000.
Yep.
Okay, got it.
And by the way, depending on where you have your homeowners, if you do your home and your cars through one agency, that's another way you might save money. They'll run the numbers for you, and here's what I like. They're not afraid to tell you, hey, we can't save you money. In fact, there were a few years Mark did not go with Compass because Compass itself said, look, we can't save you any money. And then when it was time, they could save him money. So they're really upfront and honest about that. We got more coming right up.
Thank you.
Now,
we just got to be a little earlier on this last break because of that extra bumper.
Some normal slowdowns throughout the Denver Metro for the 1 o'clock commute. I-25 northbound, some stop-and-go traffic between Alameda and Colfax. That'll about 5 minutes to your commute. Congestion on the 6th Avenue eastbound, off-ramp to I-25 southbound. Slow traffic starts at Federal. For folks heading to...
They're going to be awesome. You are taco-fueled and ready to go.
225 northbound, some stop-and-go on the off-ramp to I-70 eastbound. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
Stay connected when it matters most. Be prepared with Rapid Radio's walkie-talkies. With instant push-to-talk and LTE nationwide coverage, you can reach family and friends in any emergency. 100% private, no contracts, no hassle.
Stay safe. Order now at rapidradios.com.
FixMyHome.com. That's the website. Keep that in mind. FixMyHome.com. Fix it 24/7. We'll do an extreme clean check and tune of your AC. Extreme clean check and tune. You need it. They refurbish the dang thing. They take it apart. You will be amazed at their 2-hour service that gets every nook and cranny. Dirt and grime is the #1 killer of furnaces and ACs. That's why you need to add life to your AC and efficiency. FixMyHome.com. Book now, $39. You want to get a price on the phone right now from the Art of Granite? Call them. Tell the Art of Granite what you have in mind. I want a book nook, or I want an island, or I want kitchen counters. And this is what I want. And they will give you a price. In fact, they'll also give you an incentive, like a free backsplash, or maybe a free vanity in the bathroom when you do the kitchen. Or they can help you with fancy edge treatments. All of these incentives and prices are available on the phone right now. Give them a call, 303-386-5919, 386-5919, theartofgranite.com. Hey, American Financing has partnered with me for one good reason, to get you out of high-interest debt. Now, I know you've accumulated some high-interest debt. Just take that chunk of equity to get that high-interest debt lower. Yeah, they'll save you a ton of money every month instead of making minimum payments on all those credit cards. That means your credit improves immediately and you get to pay off that credit card debt quicker. Why don't you check them out? They are the people that have partnered with me for this. AmericanFinancing.net. Call them, 303-695-7000, 695-7000.
Peter.
Very nice.
Yeah.
You know, some of these pilots out there are saying that it looks like the thing just lost power. The guy started bringing that landing gear up just for a second, and then all of a sudden dropped it again, and it looks like the plane lost power.
Yeah, it did lose power. That's exactly what happened. But he
It's
also
crazy,
stalled it.
man.
He also stalled it.
Could have been a bad 10.
I mean, what do you do? So you nosedive into a building? I mean, like, really, what do you do at that point? You're like over a town, like a big
You're right.
fucking
You're right.
town.
There's nothing you can do. There's nothing you can do.
What god do they end up praying to?
I bet he didn't have time. He might have had time.
Well, we're going to find out what happened with that black box.
And the survivor.
But that video of it is just scary as hell. They also said his flaps on that vehicle, or on that aircraft, were not in the position they should have been in.
That could do it alone. I think the improper flaps can do it right there.
Yeah, it probably could.
Stop blaming the player.
You got two pilots
Blame the game.
making sure the flaps are in the right position.
Yep. Human error. Setting the flaps wrong.
You know, who has good catfish? It's the only.
McDonald's.
No. Black Eyed Pea.
Sorry.
Really?
It's kind of a hokey old person.
No, I know Black Eyed Pea. I think there's still one in Castle Rock.
What's that one Ernie likes?
Oh, I have to ask him. I forget.
Don't ask him. We don't want Ernie.
My kid loves catfish, and that's the only place she'll go to get it.
You know, I'm going to tell you something that pisses me off.
Way too many bones for me.
Here we go.
There's still
What?
one in Castle Rock. I would have
What
never
pisses
thought
you
that.
off?
We haven't been to it in years.
Oh, now we don't get to hear the answers?
I heard it. You didn't hear what he said?
No, what'd he say? Hope he said
Board
me.
ops that think they know what they're doing.
Oh, I was hoping he was saying me. Specifically.
He wasn't that blatant.
Yeah, because Tom's real subtle. When I think of Tom, I think
Yeah. It's his middle name.
Does she get it grilled or fried?
He just beat on an old lady.
Okay, because they have
Way to go,
grilled
Lemon.
He just
Cajun
called an old lady a moop.
Oh, there it is.
moop
Crispy
ya.
fried catfish.
What are you, some kind of moop ya?
Maybe.
I'm not
Maybe
a
I'll
fan
try
of
it.
Black Eyed Pea, but their catfish is the best in the city. That and their chicken, I think it's chicken fried steak or chicken.
All right. Tom, like it or not, coming back.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. Mark, we've had some pretty damn big cases this show. I want to bring up Go Cat Speed Shop. They're bad news. They are bad.
We got to get them on Sleaze Brigade,
No, I will.
man.
I'm
We've got
gonna
to
work
warn
on that.
people across the country.
I'm working on Sleaze Brigade. I really am. Eric Brown, 7 years ago, to be rebuilt, he
It's
got
amazing.
this engine. He got paid $75 up front.
$7,500.
$7,500. Yeah, I'm sorry. $7,500 up front. Never got anything in return, this consumer will. So stay away from Go Cat Speed Shop, Eric Brown. Eric says, I'm trying to keep customers away from him. Eric, you are 100% right. You are 100% right. Based on your background and how you've handled this case, yes, and your court records, we are telling people to stay away from Go Cat Speed Shop. I'm even going to give you the number so you can let him know the ramifications of his actions. And Mr. Attorney, who might be representing him, listen, you moron, come after me if you want, but you're going to lose, because I am basing this on solid opinion, based on research on the internet, on the court documents, and also live consumer cases who have been ripped off by this scumbag, Eric Brown. So if you want to let Eric Brown know that you know about him, that might help get people paid. That is my goal. Not to be vulgar, not to be violent, not to be stupid. Just let him know we know about you. 720-284-1790. 720-284-1790. Now the other one, listen to this. It's called Denver Family Dent Repair. Bobby Ward, the scumbag up there, she is a scum-sucking pig, based on what we have found out. She has taken $5,800 and kept it from an insurance
and hasn't done
company.
a thing.
Nope, never did a thing. She enriched herself, deposited the check August 2nd, 2024, and kept the money. That's Family Dent, Denver Family Dents, and I'm going to give you the number for Bobby Scumbag, so you can tell Bobby Scumbag that we know about that scumbag, okay? That's a good way to do it. 970-893-6461, 970-893-6461. Okay, we're going to finish up with Brad O'Brien, O'Brien Legal Services. Brad, very quickly, when it comes to navigating today's landscape as a landlord, would you say the just cause part of the lease is the most difficult one?
It's a constantly moving target, Tom. I think landlords really have to have an attorney.
That's what I believe. OLSlaw.com. He can do it for you. 720-370-7388. That's OLSlaw.com. And remember, 303 Martino. Hey, Shannon.
That was good enough.
So, will you have a few minutes here after? When should I?
No, we didn't plan it. You want to do it?
Well, okay, can you do it or not?
No. I got Rockies today.
Okay.
I mean, I don't have Rockies, but they're using the studio that you and I would use, so we can't use it.
Ah, shit. Okay.
So, no, go eat a taco. Love you. Bye.
Okay, see ya.
Okay, Mark, I'll be in Monday.
Later, Gator.
Bye, Mark.